suplicarte, a ti linda morena, ahora vengo a suplicarte, a ti linda morena, para que tú estés conmigo cuando llegue noche buena, para que tú estés conmigo cuando llegue noche buena. También te quiero decirte que si no estás a mi lado, también te quiero decirte que si no estás a mi lado, cuando llegue el año nuevo, yo estaría muy apenado, cuando llegue el año nuevo, yo estaría muy apenado, me pasaría las noches dándome tragos tragos, y por no tenerte cerca, me emborracho y me emborracho, y por no tenerte cerca, me emborracho y me emborracho. Ay, mamacita. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, te extrañaré mi amor en esta Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, Navidad sin tu amor no es Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, yo no quiero Navidad si conmigo tú no estás. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, contigo quiero estar en esta Navidad. Esta Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, junto contigo yo quiero celebrar. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, yo te traigo en Navidad, yo te quiero en Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, te extrañaré mi amor si no está en Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, yo te quiero en Navidad, yo te quiero en Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, Navidad sin tu amor no es Navidad. Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, te extrañaré mi amor en esta Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, si no tengo tu cariño lloraría como un niño. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, en esta Navidad contigo quiero estar. Contigo quiero estar, Navidad sin tu amor no es Navidad. Contigo quiero estar, te extrañaré mi amor en esta Navidad. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, yo no quiero Navidad si conmigo tú no estás. Esta Navidad contigo quiero estar, Navidad sin tu amor no es Navidad. Navidad.
Salsa urbana, no lo chance. Compa, y yo estoy metido al medio, al tipo le di el look, que la mujer es mala. Creo que me tiran pa'lante, estoy involucrado en una mala jugada. La tipa me llamó ayer, me dijo no le pare, también me engañaba. Pero el tipo es un coronel y hay que estar claribel de cuál es su coartada. A la tipa le ha dado pa' mí, quiere darle banda a él. Me dice que es infeliz, que no se siente mujer. Pero me fueron a decir que el tipo es un coronel y que si él era pa' mí, ¿qué diablos yo iba a hacer? Ay, la tipa es una fiera en la cama, una diabla es un mujerón. El tipo es un comandante y anda con su tabla que el biberón. Ese man lo que va a hacer que yo me desacate. Tengo que maquinar bien, no vaya a llamar que clasicón, una mujer incomparable y en la cama insoportable. Es que ella tiene unos detalles que a mí me ponen a vibrar. Pero tú sabes, nunca bruto, hay que llevarse de consejo. Pa' yo llegar a la tumba viejo, eso lo tengo que tumbar. A la tipa le ha dado pa' mí, quiere darle banda a él. Me dice que es infeliz, que no se siente mujer. Me lo volví a repetir, que el tipo es un coronel y que si se ponía pa' mí, ¿qué diablo yo iba a hacer?
La tipa le dio pa' mí,
no lo cansé.
quiere darle banda a él.
Vamos allá. No, la tipa le dio pa' mi compinche, pero el tipo es coronel, que yo voy a hacer.
La tipa le dio pa' mí,
que lo que
quiere darle banda.
Yo me voy a desacatar, no le voy a para nada. Yo voy a buscar mi tipa y le voy a dar pa' allá.
La tipa le dio pa' mí, quiere darle banda.
No, la tipa le dio pa' mi compadre, pero si él le da pa' mí, que yo voy a hacer. No lo chancé, clasicón, que lo que
la tipa le dio pa' mí,
que lo que
quiere darle banda.
tú estás claro, soy un desacatado. Si él le da pa' mí me bajaría motinado.
La tipa le dio pa' mí,
Que lo que
quiere darle banda.
yo me voy a desacatar, no le voy a para nada, pero con mucho cuidado no la vaya a matar.
La tipa le dio pa' mí, quiere darle banda.
Me voy a llevar el consejo, compay. Si yo le gusto a la tipa, dime a ver que lo que clasicón, no lo chancé. Arroya Miguel Play.
¡Epa! Ahí estaba el clasicón, la mujer del coronel. A esta hora exactamente a las 11:51 en esta linda mañana, llevándote ruta hacia las 2 de la tarde. Recuerda, puedes conectarte, comunicarte a través del 212-650-6903. Es la línea telefónica directa y en vivo aquí a los estudios de Variedades Latinas 90.3 FM. Así que ponte en contacto con nosotros. Si está de cumpleaños en este día, felicidades. Ayer estuvo de cumpleaños una gran amiga de long time, de mucho tiempo, Neri y yo, así que felicidades. Públicamente te estamos enviando las felicitaciones, Neri. Muchas felicidades, que siga cumpliendo muchos años más. Y otra amiga por allá en Puerto Rico está de cumpleaños en el día de hoy, Quisqueya. Así que a Quisqueya también, Acosta, muchísimas felicitaciones. Que la siga pasando bien, que siga cumpliendo muchos, pero muchísimos años más. Son los más sinceros deseos que le enviamos desde acá, desde la 90.3 FM, y a título personal también. Muchas felicidades, le deseamos lo mejor. Y para continuar, te invitamos para que te quede ahí pegadito a tu radio con Variedades Latinas, el impacto musical de New York.
estar. ¿Qué es esto que me invita a vivir? Que me da ilusión. ¿Qué será esa fuerza que a todos nos une de dos en dos? Será la fuerza del corazón.
Cuando esa fuerza que te llega del corazón, es una fuerza muy grande. Exactamente las 12:02 en esta tarde del lunes, comienzo de semana en la capital del mundo.
Este corazón se ha enamorado de ti, cada centímetro de aire que lo respira por ti, y no quiere ver, no quiere entender que no eres para él. Le he pedido a gritos que se olvide de ti, pero él no me hace caso y caerá en el fracaso. Cuando te enamoras no entiendes razón, así es el amor. Estúpido, y tantas veces que yo te lo dije, que ella no era ni será nunca para ti. me olvidé de ti, pero él no me hace caso y caerá en el fracaso. Cuando te enamoras no entiendes razón, así es el amor. Estúpido, tantas veces que yo te lo dije, que ella no era ni será nunca para ti. Estúpido, ella es fría y tiene el corazón de piedra. Tú tienes y debes olvidarla aunque no quieras, porque de amor no se muere nadie, y solo tú eres el culpable de enamorarte de quien no debe. Corazón, pobrecito corazón.
Urbano.com, lo más monstruo que hay.
Rosario. Estúpido, y tantas veces que yo te lo dije, que ella no era ni será nunca para ti. Estúpido, ella es fría y tiene el corazón de piedra. Tú tienes y debes olvidarla aunque no quieras, porque de amor no se muere nadie, y solo tú eres el culpable de enamorarte de quien no debes. Corazón.
Y aquí vienen con mis trucos. Prepárame que tengo aceite. El boy and the New York Merengue All Star. Esta Navidad, señores, todos como hermanos, a comer lechón y a beber un trago.
Muchas felicidades, señores, que la pasen bien. De parte mía, César Flores.
Y vuelvo a hablar. La Navidad, señores, yo quiero beber, coja su pareja, que todo va a amanecer. La Navidad, señores, yo quiero beber, coja su pareja, que todo va a amanecer.
Yo quiero decirle a mi gente mis felicidades. De parte de todos mis locos, su amigo Elvis Clase. Dale, Sandra.
Venga, rumba y teta, señores, que esto no se pare. Sigamos unidos en las Navidades.
La Navidad, señores, yo quiero beber, coja su pareja, que todo va a amanecer. La Navidad, señores, yo quiero beber, coja su pareja, que todo va a amanecer.
que por ahí viene a Martín y la banda de ataque. No quiero vivir, coja su pareja, no es para amanecer. Esta Navidad, señores, yo quiero vivir, coja su pareja, no es para amanecer. Yo soy Ricky Castro, vamos a gozar, y con la soberbia todo el mundo va a mirar, a vacilar. Con la banda plata, sigue este rumbón. Esta Navidad es comida, cerveza y ron. Esta Navidad, señores, yo quiero vivir, coja su pareja, no es para amanecer. Esta Navidad, señores, yo quiero vivir, coja su pareja, no es para amanecer. Oro sólido, hasta las 10 de la mañana.
Bueno, 12 con 9 minutos en esta tarde maravillosa del lunes, comienzo de semana. Bueno, este tema musical quedó para la historia del Whcr con todas las agrupaciones locales aquí en la ciudad de Nueva York que estaban de moda en esos tiempos cuando se grabó ese tema. El Boy los reunió a todos, aunque había muchos que se tiraban y que peleaban y que este que el otro, pero nada, el Boy los reunió a todos e hizo este tema musical para la historia en la ciudad de Nueva York, un tema navideño. Así que esto se queda para rato con nosotros, este tema musical, Navidad en New York con el Whcr y sus amigos. William Torres anda por ahí. Oh, Torres, pero ven acá, ¿qué es lo tuyo? Anda cruzando por ahí, para allá y para acá y no se para ni siquiera. ¿Qué pasó, Torres?
No, tú sabes cómo es.
Buenos días.
Ando dándole batalla aquí, adelantando cosas que tengo que hacer. Tú sabes cómo es.
Adelantando cosas que no se atrasen.
Sí, se me atrasan. Iba a hacer un trabajo ahora, pero veo que me falta otra cosa. Digo, bueno, cancelé esta, dame a agarrar la otra. Tú sabes cómo es.
Bueno.
Tratando de mantener un poquito organizado las cosas. Así que ese público tan lindo, gracias por la sintonía de tu 90.3 FM, especialmente de variedades latinas, tu impacto musical de New York.
Te dejaron un saludo por acá, pero se me olvidó quién fue ahora.
¿Y quién fue?
Sí, hoy por la mañana.
Pues los
Rosita te mandó un saludo también.
Pues
pero te dejaron otro saludo también.
Un saludo de mi grandote para Rosita y para toda esa persona que me mandaron saludos. Aunque no sepa quién es un placer para mí saludarle.
Oye, la rubia está de cumpleaños hoy.
¿Cuál rubia?
La rubia.
Oh, Mayra está de happy.
Sí.
Felicidades para Mayra, entonces. Que invite a uno al cumpleaños. Nosotros nos metemos zapatero hoy.
Yo creo que ella viene por ahí, creo que viene. Lo lindo del caso fue que yo le dije que tenía un bizcocho por aquí para ella.
Ay, mamá, sí.
Y ella se animó y arrancó para acá. No venía y se animó y arrancó para acá. Así que hay que comprar ese bizcocho allá arriba. Ahí.
Sí, la cafetería está bien.
Sí.
Tú no le dijiste, no especificaste.
Para partírselo a la rubia cuando llegue.
¿Qué tipo de bizcocho era, no?
No.
Pues está ganando tú ahí. Oíste, está ganando la partida.
Por suerte no le dije qué tipo de bizcocho era. Le dije que tenemos un bizcochito aquí de cumpleaños y ella se animó y viene por ahí de camino.
Ay, mamá.
Así que saludito a la rubia.
Qué lío.
Felicidades. Y Neri estuvo de cumpleaños en el día de ayer. Tu amiga full.
Sí, días después que se casó ya no se deja ver. No le dan permiso para.
Deja eso serlo, Torres.
No se lo no. ¿Qué pasó? Bien, Martín, parte segunda. Oye, la verdad que esa palabra salió como si fuera Martín que lo
no me dejó encargado.
Yo creía que Martín, que te libraste porque Martín no estaba aquí.
Sí, un viraje ahora mismo, como hace Petite y esos piches. Wow, es increíble. Reflejé a Martín inmediatamente.
Ya lo sabes, lo que pasa es que son frases poco
Sí. Me extrañó bastante. No, de Martín no me extraña. Esas son cosas, ya eso es parte de la cultura de esta radioestación 90.3. Así ese público tan lindo, sigan ahí. Que más adelante no, esto sigue para rato.
Bueno, exactamente a las 12:13 minutos, seguimos con más hasta las 2 de la tarde, variedades latinas, el impacto musical, 212-650-6903, es la línea telefónica, quédate ahí pegadito a tu radio, sigue pasando bien en sintonía con variedades latinas a esta hora ya de la mañana, de la tarde. ¡Estilla!
¡Ingeniero!
dame pastel, sírveme un vinito del que prepara mamá Raquel, que me siento alegre por la Navidad, que con la familia y con mis amigos vengo a gozar. Dame a mi soponche, que yo estoy de ponche, con música buena de esa que sabe a felicidad. Ya llegó Juanita, divino cargar, con maleta llena pa' sus hermanos, mamá y papá. Oye, óyeme canalla, perdón, oye mi amor, en Navidad no se pelea. Oíste, en las Navidades hay que vacilón, en Villa de Gracia ya se prepara el rico lechón. Es el nacimiento del niño Jesús, demos gracias a todos que por nosotros murió en la cruz. Murió en la cruz. Oye, en las Navidades mucha telera, mucha uva, mucha manzana. Pero si te olvido un disco de Sergio Vargas. ¿Qué habrá dicho Dios cuando supo esto? ¡Alegría Domínguez!
En esta Navidad, si a ti te toca también la posibilidad, recomiendo que lo haga. Yo no tengo que hacerlo realmente porque yo tengo mi cariño, pero si la necesidad la tienes tú, hazlo. Regálate un cariño nuevo en esta Navidad para que no la pases solo, solito, con frío. Aquí está marcando.
Siempre me parece hermoso, me parece bello, para olvidarlo todo, comenzar de nuevo, porque pensando no tengo por qué seguir dándole largas a esta vida de amarguras
más que yo llevo junto a ti. Y siempre me parece hermoso, se me hace perfecto para hacer una fiesta con mis sentimientos, para volver a querer como hace tiempo, para encontrar a la persona que la vida está guardando para mí. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, que me sepa comprender, que me ame de verdad, yo me lo merezco. Me voy a regalar otra oportunidad, un amor eterno, sin horarios ni pretextos. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, que me quiera, que me atienda, que se entregue como yo. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, porque en honor a la verdad y pensando lo mejor, me lo merezco. Y siempre me parece hermoso, se me hace perfecto para hacer una fiesta con mis sentimientos, para volver a querer como hace tiempo, para encontrar a la persona que la vida está guardando para mí. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, que me sepa comprender, que me ame de verdad, yo me lo merezco. Me voy a regalar otra oportunidad, un amor eterno, sin horarios ni pretextos. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, que me quiera, que me atienda, que se entregue como yo. Me voy a regalar en esta Navidad un cariño nuevo, porque en honor a la verdad y pensando lo mejor, ya no te quiero.
Después de un año entero buscándome la vida, no hay nada que me impida gozar mi Navidad. La falta de mi pueblo no la soporto más y no me para nadie porque me voy para allá. La falta de mi pueblo no la soporto más y no me para nadie porque me voy para allá. Y al estar con mi gente yo le digo a mi vieja, prepáreme la ropa que mejor me queda. Voy al telefonito y llamo a mis amigos para que por la noche se junten conmigo. Llamo a mis amigos con mi cervecino, amiganos al pollo y mi cerveza y ron. Y es que en la vida, hermano, después de trabajar hay que sacar el tiempo para bailar y para gozar, de compartir alegre junto a las amistades. Por eso estoy sabroso en estas navidades. En estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar, en estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar, en estas navidades quiero bailar. Ay, estas navidades son para gozar. En estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar. En la avenida del puerto me bebo mi cerveza y allá en el monumento eso es rumba y fiesta. En estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar. ¡Navideño, gallo, vacilao, vámonos! ¡Calle atrás, pa' que sepa! Se escucha un aguinaldo en la madrugada, me paro de mi cama y arranco para allá. En estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar. Se ve toda la gente llegando de los países, los tigres preguntan ¿qué me trajiste? En estas navidades quiero bailar, en estas navidades quiero gozar. Yo espero el cañonazo con mi mamá, con toda mi familia y con mi papá. ¡Ay, güey! ¡Vámonos! ¡René Solís! ¡Maravilla! Brothers, coge pa' acá, pa' que sepa lo que es swing, swing, swing. Si te fatigas mucho de tanto trabajar, en estas navidades tú mereces gozar. Tú mereces bailar, mereces vacilar. En estas navidades tú mereces gozar, tú mereces bailar. En estas navidades, olvídate de los problemas, perdona al vecino, al hermano, al enemigo. Compra telera, compra uva, compra manzana, y si no hay manzana, cómprate un melón y entra en swing, swing. ¡Vámonos! ¡Bye, Bobby!
Y bueno, y todos queremos gozar en esta Navidad, exactamente a las 12:28. Buenas tardes, New York, que venimos con llamadas al aire en breve, así que quédate ahí pegadito a tu radio, 212-650-6903.
Acaba de una vez de un solo golpe, porque quieres matarme poco a poco, y ha de llegar el día en que me abandone. Prefiero, corazón, que sea esta noche, y siempre me gustó para que te vayas, que sea tu cruel adiós mi Navidad. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal. Y ya después que pasen muchas cosas, que estés arrepentida, que tengas mucho miedo, vas a saber que aquello que dejaste fue lo que más
siempre me gustó pa' que te vayas, que sea tu cruel adiós mi Navidad. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal. Que sea tu cruel adiós mi Navidad. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal. Y ya después me pasan muchas cosas que estés arrepentida, que tengas mucho miedo. Vas a saber que aquello que dejaste fue lo que más hiciste, pero no habrá remedio. Siempre me gustó pa' que te vayas, que sea tu cruel adiós mi Navidad. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal. No quiero comenzar el año nuevo con este mismo amor que me hace tanto mal.
enchina la piel. Y me contesta una güera y mi corazón se quiebra. Dejas en mi pobre corazón saltar, es a quien le hago cartas noche y día que no puedo entregar. El chico del apartamento 512 es el que me está tartamuda y más, es en quien yo pienso y sueño noche y día, él solo es. De veras que sentí mi corazón quebrándose cuando de repente le pregunto, ¿pues qué ves de mi hermana? El chico del apartamento 512 dejas en mi pobre corazón saltar, es a quien le hago cartas noche y día que no puede entregar. El chico del apartamento 512 es el que me hace tartamuda y más, es en quien yo pienso en serio noche y día, eso es. El chico del apartamento 512 dejas en mi pobre corazón saltar, es a quien le hago cartas noche y día que no puede entregar. El chico del apartamento 512, chico del apartamento 512.
¡Epa! Bueno, ya son las 12:35 minutos en la tarde del lunes. El lunes, comienzo de semana. Ya estamos a 3 del mes de diciembre, año 2012. Y este mes de diciembre, bueno, pues ya nos entra de lleno lo que son las fiestas navideñas. Ya la gente está pues haciendo sus preparativos para esta gran fiesta de Navidad, ya de fin de año también, y por supuesto la reunión familiares y todas esas cosas que tienen que ver con esta época navideña. Así que, y los que viajan también pues preparando sus maletas, muchos se van ya de hoy para mañana, como dicen, y de aquí para adelante pues los aviones están siempre llenos porque van mucha gente, van llenos y vienen prácticamente de allá para acá con menos gente. No voy a decir que vacío, pero vienen con menos gente que la que llevan, porque van llenísimos. En esta época navideña la gente viaja muchísimo, de regreso a su país, de regreso a reunirse con sus familiares y amigos y a pasar unas navidades que aquí a veces no son tan agradables, aunque usted se reúna con la familia y lo que sea, pero no son tan buenas, tan sabrosas como allá en nuestra tierra.
Hace tiempo yo no la disfruto allá en la República Dominicana, pero a lo que me acuerdo de esos tiempos, cuando yo iba en diciembre, eso era emocionante, tremendo. Algo bien lindo.
¿Qué tiempo tienes tú que no te pasa unas navidades allá?
Unas navidades tengo aproximadamente como 10 años.
¿Como 10 años?
O más.
Pero hace rato, Torres, que tú no vas para allá en
Navidad, sí.
Wow.
Siempre me ha gustado la época de septiembre, octubre, que está fresca la temperatura, no está tan caliente. Por eso me he acostumbrado, me he acoplado ya a esas fechas.
Te llevo ganancia.
¿Cómo así?
Sí, pues yo tengo 12 años que no sé lo que son unas navidades en Santo Domingo, pero lo que sí recuerdo es esos bellos aguinaldos, cuando nos reuníamos todas las juntas de vecinos en el parque, por ejemplo en Urbanización Galaxia, que fue uno de los últimos sitios donde yo viví. Para diciembre siempre, desde que entraba el 1 de diciembre, eso era un aguinaldo todas las noches y culminábamos en el parque haciendo jengibre, chocolate caliente.
Haciendo escándalo.
Y claro, el escándalo no se quedaba, pero lo más importante era el compartir de ese jengibrito caliente con ese chocolatito. Ay, qué rico.
Lo más rico es un trago de romo, sí. Como nosotros andábamos, yo pegaba una tambora y los otros con una guira, una banda, haciendo bulla. Sinceramente era bulla, porque ninguno éramos profesionales.
A Martín y a William Torres no le invite a beber
bueno,
hacer aguinaldo con té de jengibre. No.
Yo digo lo que a mí me tocaba.
O sea,
yo digo lo que a mí me tocaba.
Té de jengibre natural.
¿Tú me entiendes? Porque el que le gustaba tomar su ron, pues se tomaba su ron, su cervecita, pero en aquella época yo lo que tomaba era jengibre, porque yo nunca he sido bebedora.
Esa es la única fecha que uno tiene cuando chamaco, licencia para beberse su trago es en Navidad. Que hay que aprovechar esos tiempos.
Lo más cerca que yo tengo de una Navidad es aquí, así de bulla y qué sé yo, amaneciendo y haciendo té de jengibre y con galletitas. Fue en una iglesia aquí, la de la 156 justo de por ahí, William Torres, que se levantaban de madrugada a hacer
La Inmaculada.
Ajá, no,
la que está en Broadway y Riverside.
Exactamente. Yeah. Santa Rosa, ¿no?
Santa Rosa de Lima.
Santa Rosa de Lima. En esa ahí que hacían una parranda navideña de madrugadita, había que levantarse a la misa y ahí mismo jengibre, y eso es lo más cerca que yo he estado de una Navidad en la calle.
yo lo hice con un grupo de personas, así caminamos una larga trayectoria para llegar a una iglesia y me acuerdo que en el camino nos daban té y cosas así, para como que uno se animara, galletitas, algo, no me acuerdo específicamente qué era, pero la pasábamos de maravilla. Rezando en el camino, todo el mundo caminando pacíficamente, tranquilo. Se sentía una paz, una tranquilidad enorme y me gustaba, me acuerdo siempre, yo estaba pequeñito, era con mi madre, que Dios me la tenga en gloria, que me iba a hacer.
¿Pero eso era aquí o allá?
Allá en San
allá.
No, estaba un chamaquito.
Oye, está hace rato.
Ha llovido mucho después de eso.
Ya eso es cosa de la historia, Torre. Bueno, pueden llamarnos al 212-650-6903. Contáctense con nosotros. Por ahí está Giovanni Hernández y todo su equipo en la bodega en sintonía y nos acaba de llamar Giovanni Hernández.
Radio Bochín Internacional.
Ya lo sabes, pues dice que Rafael Sierra acaba de entrar por ahí a la bodega. Un saludito para Rafael Sierra, también a todos los muchachos ahí en Deli Farm.
Cuando de repente me preguntó,
No, nadie quiere soltar el dedo.
La línea. Está muy viciado, ¿no? Que están comiendo la gente de esta hora.
¿Sabe que quien tiene mucho que no se comunica con nosotros es Don Pablo?
Don Pablo Abreu siempre está ahí.
Sí. Le he echado mucho de menos.
Le he echado de menos también a Epi Gómez. Hace tiempo que no sé de Epi. No sé si está en la República Dominicana.
O está aquí. El que yo sé que siempre está ahí es Manuel y Tagó allá en Johnny Fried Chicken. Sí. Que pasa que a veces ellos están tan bici ahí que sí que no pueden meter una llamadita para acá, pero igual le enviamos un saludito muy especial a Manuel y a Tagó ahí en Johnny Fried Chicken. Eso es en Edo Legrand y la 170.
Yo me la acerqué, no la miré, ofrecí un trago y al oído le dije que si estaba soltera o estaba casada. Me dijo tranqui que nada pasaba. Me la acerqué y fijo la miré, entre par de copas una nota loca. Ella me dijo tranqui que nada pasaba. Para mí es un placer conocerte, dime tu nombre que algo quiero proponerte. Relax, lo único que quieres hablar, conóceme primero que no te arrepentirás. Que la maldad no domine y que el deseo haga que conmigo termine. Si tú te sientes sola, no te va a borrar. Aparte conmigo y olvídate las horas, mamá. Y hoy voy a hacerte olvidar, el pelo te soltaré. Haré una historia con tu cuerpo, en tu mente plasmaré. Y hoy hacerte olvidar, el pelo te soltaré. Haré una historia con tu cuerpo, en tu mente plasmaré. Yo me la acerqué y fijo la miré, ofrecí un trago y al oído le dije que si estaba soltera o estaba casada. Me dijo tranqui que nada pasaba. Yo me la acerqué y fijo la miré, entre par de copas una nota loca. Yo me dijo tranqui que nada pasaba. Ya estamos haciendo fresco, la copa en calor, la presión, la tensión nos arroba. La curiosidad y la intensidad hicieron que tú y yo nos fuéramos al más allá. En cuestión de segundo, yo me engañaré de tu mundo, te enseñaré que el camino voy a cambiar tu destino. Baby, voy a hacerte olvidar, el pelo te soltaré. Haré una historia con tu cuerpo, en tu mente plasmaré. Y hoy voy a hacerte olvidar, el pelo te soltaré. Haré una historia con tu cuerpo, en tu mente plasmaré.
situación y hacen que suceda. JAlbertmusic.com, otro nivel de música. Montana de producer, Berreque, Neo Flow, Bam Bam. Papi, nosotros somos el equipo más fuerte del género. Por eso es que viajamos a cada rato y ya casi estamos viviendo en un avión. JAlbertmusic.com, on top of the world music, flow music. Okay. Para mí es un placer conocerte, bebé. Sí. Bueno, nos veremos algún día por ahí. Cuando te quieras desquitar me llama. ¿Está bien? Dale.
Bueno, 12:46 minutos en esta tarde del lunes comienzo de semana. Seguimos en ruta hacia las 2 de la tarde. Vengo con llamadas al aire después de este tema.
Y mira sin querer cómo cambia la vida. Es más de conocer y menos poesía, que a veces cosas pasan que quien lo diría. Que no existen romances ni palabrerías, que nada del amor ni de esas tonterías. Mira de repente, dulce amiga mía, que vienes y me miras dulcemente tú. Te miro en esos ojos y se hace la luz, que vienes y me abrazas y me entregas toda el alma. Mira de repente ahora donde estoy, entregándolo todo, diciéndote amor, dejando allá en tus manos que tú escojas todo lo que diga, todo lo que haga. Porque con mi rompe la naturaleza, amor se me ha subido todo a mi cabeza, y viene y me golpea aquí en el corazón, que boom, 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 boom. Teniéndote conmigo siento que he cruzado la línea que nos une en un pacto sagrado. Siento que golpeas en el corazón, diciendo boom, 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 boom. De dulce y de princesa vienes disfrazada, sabiendo cómo actúo y en cada jugada, tomándome y llevándome la delantera. Mira que me río a pura carcajada, que dices que de mí no estás enamorada, sabiendo que en el fondo nos pertenecemos. Que vienes y me miras dulcemente tú, que miro en esos ojos y se hace la luz, que vienes y me abrazas y me entregas toda el alma. Mira de repente ahora donde estoy, entregándolo todo, diciéndote amor, dejando allá en tus manos que tú escojas todo lo que diga, todo lo que haga. Porque conmigo rompe la naturaleza, amor se me ha subido todo a mi cabeza, y viene y me golpea aquí en el corazón, que boom, 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 boom. Teniéndote conmigo siento que he cruzado la línea que nos une en un pacto sagrado, y siento que golpeas en el corazón, diciendo boom, 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 boom. Mi corazón hace boom, 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 boom. ¡Lo salió! ¡Qué fuerte! Mi corazón hace boom, boom por verte, boom, boom. Y mira de repente, dulce amiga mía, boom, boom. Yo solo quiero tenerte. ¡Qué fuerte! Mi corazón hace boom, boom por verte, boom, boom. Mi corazón late por ti, mira qué fuerte. Princesa mía, se muere por verte. Se muere por tenerte y quererte. Cosa linda, agua. Te quiero, qué fuerte. Mi corazón se muere por tenerte y quererte.
Tan fuerte como rompe la naturaleza,
golpeas en el corazón diciendo
que
bum, bum,
bum, bum. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rubia. Happy birthday to you. Te está poniendo buena. Rubia, felicidades. Por aquí llegó la rubia y se lo partimos de una vez aquí en mi coche. Se lo partimos en el aire.
Felicidades, que pase un día perfecto. Digo y todo porque el mes te pertenece a ti completo. Completito. Oíste, ni un pedacito menos ni más.
Es un cumpleaños manga larga.
Sí, y más en diciembre.
Sí.
Eso.
Celebración completa.
Privilegiado.
Desde inicio hasta final.
Wow, hasta el 1 de enero.
Wow, tremendo. Te deseo lo mejor de lo mejor. Por encima de lo que cumple, quiero que cumpla 50 de mi parte solamente. 50 más.
Eso está bueno.
O sea, 50 por encima de lo que
tiene, de lo que ya tiene.
Y no quiero
eso
saber
está bueno.
son, de verdad.
Eso está bueno. Entonces tú coges diciembre completo y yo me robo enero.
Ay, lo dijo.
Pues cumple en enero, ya se declaró la cosa.
Felicidades, Rubia, que cumpla un paquetón de años más. Yo no voy a decir cuánto, pero que cumpla todo lo que dio y que nos deje a nosotros celebrártelo. Es lo más importante.
Sí.
Que Dios lo escuche.
Cargamos con la cuenta, siendo que lleguemos a 50 está bien.
Sí lo agradezco profundamente desde el fondo de mi alma. Cuando uno tiene las fechas especiales que uno verdaderamente sabe quiénes son los amigos. Y a mí me han manifestado tanto amor que hasta las palabras me faltan.
Sé que la mejor demostración de cariño y respeto es el diario vivir. No me gusta numerar la relación de ninguna especie, ni como un hermano, ni como una esto, ni como el otro, sino el diario vivir, darte a demostrar quién soy yo por el tiempo y no por palabras.
Exactamente, yo estoy muy agradecida de todos y yo comencé el miércoles pasado y sigo hasta el primero agradeciéndole a Dios por mis hijos, por mi familia.
Pero tú comenzaste antes entonces, Rubia.
Pero desde el miércoles están partiendo bizcocho.
Tú comenzaste antes entonces.
Sí.
Te robaste parte en noviembre también.
Sí.
Oye.
Sí, porque Frank Girón dijo, no, ya que yo tengo la rubia conmigo aquí en mi programa, yo soy el primero que tengo que partirle un bizcocho a la rubia. Y en el miércoles espectacular de Frank Girón le rompieron su bizcocho a la rubia.
Y yo ilusionado, yo pensaba que nosotros éramos los primeros. Sí. Y ya se nos adelantaron.
No, ya va lejos por mucho.
No, ustedes son los primeros porque hoy es mi cumpleaños oficial.
O sea, hoy nosotros somos los verdaderos.
Sí. Nosotros somos los que le hicimos.
Los anteriores fueron ensayos. Tú ves, los anteriores fueron ensayos, incluyendo el del viernes y el miércoles, todos.
La antesala del cumpleaños de la rubia.
Un preámbulo.
O sea que nosotros fuimos que le hicimos boom, 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 boom.
El verdadero cumpleaños.
Esperen un segundito. Hello, buenas.
Buenas.
Tardes.
Buenas.
¿Cómo está?
Estamos bien, gracias a Dios.
William.
Dímelo.
Dímelo, Ignacio.
Estoy llamando para felicitar a la rubia, esa bella mujer.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas felicidades. La mejor etapa de la mujer.
¿Cuál es?
La edad tuya.
¿Y tú te la sabes?
No sé, pero yo sé
más o menos.
¿Tú adivinas?
¿Ah?
¿Tú adivinas?
Unos 45.
Bueno, pues yo es lo cierto, porque yo no digo mi edad, yo cumplo 45.
¿Cómo?
Sí.
¿Te lo adiviné? ¿Para qué?
Yo se lo voy a creer porque es más vale creerse creerse lo que ponerse a averiguarlo.
Sí. Ella anda sin cartera, como que dice, ando sin identificación.
Con permiso de Daniel.
Ay.
Yo le iba a poner 42.
¿Ah?
Bueno, no, si me lo quieren quitar no hay problema.
Guárdame un canto. De bizcocho.
Un cantito,
mucho, rubio, ¿ok? Pero mucho.
Todo lo sabe por ahí, gracias. Okay.
Estamos de exclusiva hoy celebrando el cumpleaños de la rubia, así que este estudio estaba vestido de gala, de verdad. Me iba a ir porque ando con una ropa que iba a trabajar plomería aquí y gracias a Dios Mendy me resolvió. Pero la parranda continúa.
No,
Ya tú me dijiste ya que ya la antesala de tu cumpleaños ya te la adelantaron, pues entonces nosotros tenemos la exclusiva del día de hoy, que es tu Happy Happy.
Vamos a ver si comemos con allí en aquel sitio que da.
Ay, eso me huele a Dorca Peralta.
Sí mismo, voy a comer con.
Ya, tú has ido, ¿verdad? Ya.
No he ido.
No, ella no ha ido.
Oh, yo juraba que nos habíamos juntado un día nosotros tres.
Conmigo fue.
Ah, sí,
Martín,
sí.
Arismendi, tú y yo.
Oh, sí, pero vamos para allá, para Dorca, más adelante, tú verás, cuando salimos de aquí, vamos a ver, si no hay bizcocho, ya, digo, el bizcocho se partió ya.
No, el bizcocho está ahí.
Sí, está ahí.
¿Está ahí, Oscar, tú crees?
Oh.
Pero son hombre palabra.
Sí. El refrigerador.
Ah, sí.
Búscalo.
Sí, lo voy a buscar.
Una 14 entonces.
Estoy medio perdido,
¿Dónde tú estás?
Bueno, sí, mira, desde las 12 de la noche, de anoche, estoy
cumpliendo años.
Desvelada porque mis hijos se subieron arriba de la cama con bizcocho, con vela, y me hicieron sentir tan y también, porque esa es la verdadera familia que uno tiene sus hijos.
Oye, la vida te proporciona parte de lo que tú les das.
Sí.
Si tú le diste cariño, le diste amor a tus hijos, eso es lo que tú vas a recibir hoy,
sí.
Y mañana, y pasado, y así sucesivamente.
Sí.
Olvídate, sigue sembrando así, y la cosecha va a ser a diario. Sí. Eso es los intereses que te da la vida por ser como tú eres.
Muchas gracias. Y me da pena contigo porque te estoy invitando hoy a un sancocho que tengo en mi casa el domingo, porque sigo celebrando.
Gracias. Tengo que trabajar aquí.
Esto es para largo.
Pero Mendy también trabaja.
Y no se puede ahí.
Hablar con Martín, comprometerlo para el próximo domingo. Que me va a decir de una vez, no, yo voy para allá.
A mí no me saca de vino.
Rubén, tú no entendiste lo que sabe de William.
¿Cómo que no?
Hace un ratito que te dijo. De una manera indirecta, pero te lo dijo. Que siga pariendo.
¿Que siga pariendo qué?
Que siga teniendo
haciendo muchachito.
Eso fue
lo que pasa es que la factoría está cerrada.
Eso fue lo que te dijo, que siga pariendo.
No, que siga dando cariño, que eso es lo que va a recibir en el día de mañana.
Siguen haciendo, lo único que no cuajan.
Bueno. Hello, buenas.
Hello, buenas tardes, llegó Juanita.
Buenas tardes.
Y dijo que no volvía.
Ay, Rosita.
¡Échale! Ay, Dios mío, ¿cómo está, Mayra?
Mi amor, dime.
Feliz cumpleaños, mi amor.
Que Dios te escuche, muchas gracias.
Abre los brazos y todo, que ya te mando un beso y un abrazo.
Ay, no.
William Torres.
Ese mismo soy yo, con
Hola,
tu
mi
apellido.
amigo.
Menos mal que Martín no está aquí, Rosita.
Ay.
Con eso que usted acaba de decir.
Ay, mi madre.
Ay.
Olvídese que en alguna parte está oyendo la tira y miércoles, usted va a ver. William Torres, te quiero mucho, dámele tú y beso ahí a Mara y con todo el respeto ahí, un abrazo.
¡Ay! En el cachete derecho.
Sí.
Oye,
en el cachete derecho.
No, en el izquierdo. En el derecho.
Dáselo y beso ahí.
Ya dime lo dio en el izquierdo.
Ahora va el otro en el derecho.
No, ya yo no voy a besar a hombre si le doy un beso al
Pero el hombre, yo te estoy mandando besar a Mendy.
Me falta el del medio.
Ah, bueno.
Eso se lo dejamos a Daniel.
Eso es lo que iba a decir.
No, Daniel lo estrenó temprano.
¡Ay!
La mandó lista para la calle.
El afortunado.
Me mandó equipar.
Oigan, ahora mismo estaba yo compartiendo allí en la bodega ahí con Pepe y toda esa gente ahí que tal. Esa gente tiene un escándalo ahí. Este Pepe es malo.
Pero
mira, me iba a decir algo de que para que se lo dijera a la rubia, pero estaba bici.
Ajá. Hay que tenerle cuenta, Pepe.
Un saludo para todos ellos, están bien bici ellos ahí en la bodega.
Rosita.
Dígame.
A Pepe que llame para que hable con la rubia, que no me han mandado.
Así mismito, Pepe llama.
Mira,
con la rubia.
Déjame ver si este Pepe que está aquí. Hello, buenas.
No es Pepe.
No.
¿Cómo voy a dejar de llamar a mi rubia querida hoy en su día? ¡Ay, qué chidería! Dios mío, qué lío y no de ropa. Rosita, mi amor. Hola, mi amiga del alma, la adoro y la quiero muchísimo.
Vámonos de vacaciones, que estas dos mujeres se van a poner a hablar ahora.
Dame un besote a José, mi amigo del alma. tú sabes, como un beso de una amiga, de una esposa, una amiga que le manda ese beso para ella, un abrazo bien apretado.
Ay, mamá, sí.
Eso te mandó Rosita ahí para que sienta.
La está aquí escuchando. Mi querida, me da mucho
mis amores, siguen ahí contentos.
Gracias, mi amor, igual. Sí.
Mayra,
querida, felicidades.
William Torres, y adoro.
Igualmente, ese cariño va para atrás igualito.
Mi del arma, lo adoro.
Se me cuida, Rosita, por ahí.
Ok, no llamó, Evelyn, lo que yo para afuera.
No.
No. Pues ya te saben, cuídense ahí, siguen los chivirico ahí.
Bueno, exactamente. Espera un segundito. Aguanta, agárrame eso ahí. Agárrame eso ahí. Que
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Ahora suéltalo.
Oye, qué desafío ese de que agárrame eso ahí, agárrame, pero suéltalo.
Agarra.
Celebrando el can del cumpleaños de hoy.
¿No se llama Happy Can?
Happy Can, sí, está bueno el título.
Sabe que miércoles Marisco Centro, jueves me dieron una recepción, viernes me dan una sorpresa, sábado me llevan a comer langosta, domingo me llevan a comer sancocho. Y hoy yo no sé cuándo me llevan.
Al comer, bueno. El filete mejor te lo va a dar hoy.
¿Sí?
El filete del concón.
Con habichuela.
Sí.
¿En Puerto Rico le dicen pegado?
Pegado, son familia.
Ah, bueno, qué bien.
Y tiene sentido lo de pegado porque está pegado de la olla. No sé por qué le pusieron concón, pero respeto eso, es de mi tierra y las tradiciones, eso se parte de mi concón.
Hay que averiguar por qué concón.
¿Tú has escuchado cómo suena la cuchara cuando tú estás
rapando?
Sí, cuando estás raspando el concón. Así que suena.
¿Tú qué tú dijiste que estaba? ¿Qué?
Rapando el concón, guayando ahí el concón.
Pues sigan raspando entonces. Que yo me estoy antojando de verdad del bendito concón.
Ahora que tú tienes en sintonía ya en Queen, Luis Jiménez del canal Sun Warner y Daniel está escuchándote a ti también, Marimeldi.
Me lo saludo, o sea que me porte bien.
Porque Martín.
No, Martín no está aquí, yo me porto bien siempre.
¿Cómo que le dice Martín?
Con el permiso de Daniel, no es por nada, pero es que esta rubia está buena.
Ese tigre era un suicida, decir así, que, aunque diga con el perdón de fulano, es un suicidio, yo no me atrevo a hacer. Ahí siempre me sorprende.
Sí, primero. Con el perdón, con todo el respeto, ¿verdad? Pero, Daniel, está buena.
Bueno, exactamente la 1:03 en esta tarde.
Están escuchando.
Ay. Bueno, mi amor, ya tengo mi pinta para salir a vacilar contigo.
En esta Navidad, lo tuyo.
Si tú no vas conmigo, quédate solo. Pero esta Navidad sola no la voy a pasar. Traje a mis amigos, vamos a hacer un coro. Aunque no sea contigo, yo la paso.
Bueno, exactamente la 1:03. Continuamos con el desarrollo de este espacio Variedades Latinas, el impacto musical de Nueva York. Rubia, vamos para allá atrás a hacer un chin de café.
Yo sé que hay navidades que no la paso contigo, que me la paso en trago gozando con los amigos, que de noviembre a enero solo hablamos por el Twitter y que yo no te escribo, eres tú la que me escribes. Yo sé que me la paso hackeando de un sitio a otro y que en las navidades solo nos vemos por foto. Y en diciembre la pasas en aburrición total, pero si tú te vas, dime quién me va a cuidar y quién va a hacer la cena. ¿Quién pone el arbolito? Yo no la voy a pasar solo.
Y yo tampoco.
¿Quién te va a dar cariñito?
Y sale un poco. Si tú no vas conmigo, quédate solo. Pero esta Navidad sola no la voy a pasar. Llamaré a mis amigos, vamos a hacer un coro. Aunque no sea contigo, yo la paso a acompañar. Si tú no vas conmigo, quédate solo. Pero esta Navidad sola no la voy a pasar. Llamaré a mis amigos, vamos a hacer un coro. Aunque no sea contigo, yo la paso a acompañar. Estoy cansada de pasar sin ti. Y tú esperado, yo salgo de la casa. Y en Navidad me la voy a pasar borracha. Como que fea, pasaría a vacilar. Y por si yo no te veo, mi amor, feliz Navidad.
Pues feliz Navidad. ¿Quién va a hacer la cena?
Que te la haga otra.
¿Quién pone el arbolito?
Que te lo ponga otra.
Yo la voy a pasar solo.
Ni yo tampoco.
¿Quién te va a dar cariñito?
Piénsalo un poco. Si tú no vas conmigo, quédate solo. Pero esta Navidad sola no la voy a pasar. Llamaré a mis amigos, vamos a hacer un coro. Y aunque no sea contigo, yo la paso a acompañar. Si tú no vas conmigo, quédate solo. Pero esta Navidad sola no la voy a pasar. Llamaré a mis amigos, vamos a hacer un coro. Y aunque no sea contigo, yo la paso a acompañar.
¿Y de verdad tú te vas sola, mami?
Claro, bebé.
Pues yo me voy contigo.
Hello, más te vale lindo.
Anunnaki produciendo La Materialista.
Ajá, con Johnny Ventura, el caballo mayor. Rompiendo récords. ¡Feliz Navidad!
Y oye qué rico, mami. You got me mad.
Ábrale paso, papá. Cha-cha. Nate, grab my mic. Parece que nadie te ha dicho que con el hombre nunca se juega. Que cuando me toman el pelo yo me revelo, soy una fiera. Prepárate para el desahogo de un enemigo que te deteste en cuerpo y en alma. Quiero que tú eres la hembra que más yo quise en este mundo. Y ahora te siento migajas, no vales nada ni un menudo. En la soledad en aquel momento nos unió, lo quemé por tu traición. Maldita traición. Voy a estar muy pendiente a quien te ofrezca una flor. Con todo pretendiente te difamo con pasión. Le digo lo que sea para conseguir que no te quieran. Y te juro que me alegro. Me alegro. A tus enamorados yo les cuento la versión para desencantarlos de tu falso corazón. Más bien le hago un favor a todo aquel que te seduzca, porque tu amor es malevo, malevo. Llora guitarrita mía. You're officially gotten on my bad side. Copy, 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 copy. You nasty. Literally. Quiero ser tu amigo, quiero un perdón. Tu misión es que todos sepan como yo que eres una mujer vagabunda, dar información. Voy a estar muy pendiente a quien te ofrezca una flor. Con todo pretendiente te difamo con pasión. Le digo lo que sea para conseguir que no te quieran. Y te juro que me alegro. Celebro a tus enamorados, yo les cuento la versión para desencantarlos de tu falso corazón. Más bien le hago un favor a todo aquel que te seduzca, porque tu amor es malevo, malevo. A king will always be king, and a whore, well, you know the rest. I hate you. Girl, I'll expose you, I say I won't give a damn, 'cause you played with my heart. I'll expose you, I say and I won't feel bad, 'cause you played with my heart. Que todos se enteren de lo que me hiciste a mí y que seas infeliz. Now you see, there's a difference between a lady and you. Yo respeto a la dama. But you, pero tú. Oh, you won't forget Romeo. I don't mean that in a good way.
perdí. Contigo tenía todo y lo perdí. Contigo tenía todo y lo perdí.
Cariñosa, que te dicen de dónde nació mi amor. Ellas vienen a explicarte lo que siento. Son las rosas que te traigo hecha canción. Ellas dicen cómo te estoy adorando y te piden no me des desilusión. Y me digas con el alma yo te quiero y te adoro, tú serás mi salvación. Si tus sueños fueran como mis sueños, de felicidad lográramos tú y yo. Yo soñé que estábamos en el cielo y nuestro amor ya lo hizo todo Dios. Para formar de nuestros corazones un solo corazón que diga la verdad. Y mira, dulce amor, dulce amor, dos rosas te entregué, dos rosas para ti. Cariñosa, que te dicen de dónde nació mi amor. Ellas vienen a explicarte lo que siento. Son dos rosas que te traigo hecha canción. Ellas dicen cómo te estoy adorando y te piden no me des desilusión. Y me digas con el alma yo te quiero y te adoro, tú serás mi salvación. Si tus sueños fueran como mis sueños, qué felicidad lográramos tú y yo. Yo soñé que estábamos en el cielo y nuestro amor ya lo hizo todo Dios. Para formar de nuestros corazones un solo corazón que diga la verdad. Y mira, dulce amor, dulce amor, dos rosas te entregué, para ti, fueron del corazón. Bachatéame, mamá.
Esta es la energía, más que las demás, más que las demás. Acción.
A esa que tú sueles ofender, supo darme más que tú, que eras mi mujer. Y aunque a ella la llamas por otro nombre, de ella soy su hombre y hoy ella es mi mujer. Porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas como nada ante la gente, en cambio yo no a ti. Porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas sufre un corazón. Alguien que no busca, que no justifica, que no busca excusas, alguien que dialoga para encontrar la solución. En cambio tú a nadie le cuentas la verdad, porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas como nada ante la gente. En cambio yo no a ti, porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas como nada ante la gente. En cambio yo no a ti, en cambio yo no a ti. Sé bien que pensabas que sin ti no era nada, te mueres por dentro al saber que no es así. Te creas perfecta pero estás equivocada, y hoy existe alguien que me puede hacer feliz. Hoy ya todo es diferente, tengo a alguien que valora y que comprende lo que sufre un corazón. Alguien que no busca, que no justifica, que no busca excusas, alguien que dialoga para encontrar la solución. En cambio tú a nadie le cuentas la verdad, porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas como darte la gente. En cambio todo a ti, porque les mientes y te vendes como víctima inocente, sabiendo que me tratabas como nada ante la gente. En cambio yo no a ti, en cambio yo no a ti.
Qué caliente estoy, qué sabroso estoy, qué calamidad, no tengo pa' tomar. Qué caliente estoy, qué sabroso estoy, qué calamidad, no tengo pa' tomar. Qué caliente estoy, qué sabroso estoy, qué calamidad, no tengo pa' tomar. ¿Cómo te sientes, Rich? Sabroso. Señor, estoy caliente y no tengo dinero, no sé lo que daré, pero siempre consigo dinero para beber. Señor, estoy caliente, estoy prendido en fuego, no sé qué voy a hacer. No quiero que me apague, quiero seguir prendido, lo que quiero es beber.
Lo Máximo Productions and the building.
Solo por quererte a ti, sé que mi vida será así de esa manera, con este humo siempre. Solo por quererte a ti, sé que mi vida será así de esa manera, con este humo siempre. Esta Navidad la quiero pasar contigo, amor, teniendo tu cariño, es una felicidad. Y esta Navidad la quiero pasar contigo, amor, teniendo tu cariño, es una felicidad. Déjame volver, quiero amanecer aquí en tu corazón, estando yo contigo, es una felicidad. Y déjame volver, quiero amanecer aquí en tu corazón, teniendo tu cariño, mi vida se alegrará. Déjame volver, déjame amanecer, déjame volver, déjame amanecer. Mi esperanza eres tú, mi niña linda de mi amor. Déjame volver, déjame amanecer, llaman Felicumbe, porque me llaman de esa manera, a mí me llaman Felicumbe, porque me llaman de esa manera, señores, yo no bebo mucho, porque me llaman de esa manera, señores, yo no bebo mucho, porque me llaman de esa manera. El año pasado lo pasé con una morena, pero en este año voy a gozar con otra más buena. Esta Navidad la quiero pasar con mi novia bien pegado, pero a mí no me gusta que me digan Felicumbe. Felicumbe, 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 Felicumbe. El año pasado me sentía muy feliz, pero en este año yo me siento mucho mejor. Me gusta la fiesta, me gusta bailar y me gusta el vacilón, pero a mí no me gusta que me digan Felicumbe. Felicumbe, 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 Felicumbe. Yo quiero saber si me pasé algún día, si es bien negado que eres dominicano. Entonces, ¿por qué tú te marchaste y ahora llegaste desorbitado? 10 años después, tienes que saber quién coge el fruto cuando tú siembras en otro país. Se queda todo allá, por eso te pido, cuando tú vuelvas en Navidad, que quedes en tu tierra, en tu tierra. Ay, no quiero perder un minuto más en pedirte que te quedes en Navidad. Porque poco a poco perdemos un dominicano. Ahora cuando vuelvas quiero que te quedes con tu hermano. Porque poco a poco perdemos un dominicano. Saudio nace la fuerza para lo que se ofrezca. Si no estás en tu tierra no puedes defenderla. Ahora cuando vuelvas quiero que te quedes con tu hermano. Porque poco a poco perdemos un dominicano. Ahora cuando vuelvas quiero que te quedes con tu hermano. Porque poco a poco perdemos un dominicano.
Bueno, exactamente a la 1:27 en esta tarde maravillosa del lunes, comienzo de semana 3 del mes de diciembre, año 2012. Bueno, y un día muy especial porque la rubia hoy está de cumpleaños, está celebrando sus tantos años de edad, así que felicidades, que cumplan mucho, pero un paquetón de años más, rubia.
Gracias. Estoy muy sorprendida con el bizcocho que me tenían allá atrás.
¿Qué se siente cumplirlo así?
Ay, buenísimo.
Que te celebren tanto.
Bueno, es una ocasión muy especial siempre para mí. Mi cumpleaños ha sido especial, pero más especial fue ahora cuando dijiste que íbamos a beber café y lo que me tenía era un bizcocho de lo que a mí me gusta.
Ajá, ya tú sabes.
¿Y cuál es el bizcocho favorito tuyo, Rubia?
Tú lo sabías también.
Por eso fue que lo mandamos a buscar.
Estaba riquísimo, bueno, lo comimos con café. Pero me sorprendieron allá atrás, cuánta gente había allá atrás.
Eso es para que tú veas que tú eres querida, Rubia.
Ave María, gracias Arismendi por esa sorpresa tan hermosa que me tenías hoy.
Ya lo sabes, siempre a la orden, como dicen.
Gracias, no, si a la orden tú me avisas.
Ay, no se lo diga así que después no sale de aquí. Después no sale de aquí, Arismendi.
You have reached a
you have reached a non-working number. Bueno, venimos con más, quédate ahí pegadito a tu radio, exactamente a la 1:29. Ya nos queda, como el tiempo se ha ido rapidito, nos quedan específicamente 31 minutos en el día de hoy del programa. Pero igual tenemos que aprovecharlo porque estamos celebrando los tantos años de la rubia que está hoy de cumpleaños. Muchas felicidades, rubia. minutos en esta tarde maravillosa del lunes, comienzo de semana. Seguimos en ruta hacia las 2 de la tarde. En este maravilloso día puede conectarte con nosotros a través del 212-650-6903. 212-650-6903. Disponible la línea telefónica a esta hora. Hello, buenas tardes.
Sí, buenos días, buenas tardes. Te llamo aquí de Samaná para darle un saludo y desearle felicidades a Mayra Román. Desearle que cumpla 100 años más, porque una persona como ella se merece lo mejor, se merece vivir. Una persona que es muy importante, y más ahora que la conocí como director del Hospital Provincial Leopoldo de Samaná. Así es que le deseo lo mejor y que tenga paz, mucha felicidad y mucho amor en su cumpleaños y toda su vida.
Muchísimas gracias. Su nombre.
Doctor Ortega.
Sí, ¿cómo está Carmen?
Bien, gracias. ¿Cómo están las cosas allá? ¿Todo bajo control?
Todo bien, lloviendo un poco en Samaná.
Ah, bueno,
pues, está todo bien, gracias a Dios.
Para nosotros es un placer saber de
ustedes y más bien deseándole felicidades a Mayra.
Gracias a usted por llamarnos y que el Señor le siga bendiciendo grandemente.
Sí, doctor, muchas gracias.
Amén.
Le agradece.
Amén a usted también. Se cuida mucho.
Muchas gracias.
Bye.
Bye.
Bueno, a la 1:32 en esta tarde continuamos con mucho más. Quédate tú pegadito a tu radio. Puedes llamarnos también al 212-650-6903. Me decía William Torres que dejamos ahorita inconclusa una oyente en el aire. Y aquí esa oyente era Iralda. Que la dejamos inconclusa y la cortamos la llamada junta con la de Rosita. Y se quedó ahí. Así que Iralda, si nos puede marcar de nuevo para que... Estábamos escuchando la grabación y nos dimos cuenta que la dejamos inconclusa su conversación. Ay, Dios mío, qué lío. Es lo bueno.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Caballero, gracias por aceptarme la llamada o por cogerme la llamada, número 1. Y número 2, quisiera felicitar a esa rubia, la cual es mi esposa.
Ah, pues Daniel, entonces.
Daniel Román.
Adelante.
No, le doy las gracias infinitamente por no le hacen como me la tratan. Me alegra bastante.
Esa rubia está queridísima aquí de este lado.
Sí, gracias. Y yo le deseo mucha felicidad a ella, que Dios me le dé todo lo que ella desea, al junto mío, naturalmente. Y que tenga mucha felicidad, y a ustedes le doy las gracias infinitamente, ¿ok?
Gracias a usted por llamarnos, Daniel. Realmente fue una sorpresa para mí también recibir esa llamada suya hoy en el programa.
Gracias.
Se le quiere.
Okay.
Y se le extraña.
Okay.
Yo le puedo desearle algo junto también a los dos. Un par de mellizos.
Gracias.
Okay. Gracias por llamarnos. Exactamente a la 1:34. Continuamos con más. Quédate ahí pegadito a tu radio. Variedades Latinas, el impacto musical de New York.
Mil felicidades, sí, para desearle, negrita, de mil felicidades. Aquí le felicidades. El año pasado no pude venir, por eso este año yo estoy temprano aquí para desearle mil felicidades, sí, para desearle, negrita, de mil felicidades. Aquí le traemos cantaré a nuestros familiares en las navidades. Aquí le traemos lo mismo, cantaré a nuestros familiares en las navidades. Ábranme la puerta, que yo quiero entrar para saludarlos a todos igual y celebrar juntos estas navidades, celebrar juntos en estas navidades. Aquí le traemos lo mismo, cantaré a nuestros familiares en las navidades. Aquí le traemos lo mismo, cantaré a nuestros familiares en las navidades. bendiga y juntos en familia esperemos al niño Dios para que tape tu regalo y te coma tu pan de jamón. Ay, amarra esa yaca y forma el vacilón tonto.
Traemos lo mismo, cantaré a nuestros familiares y las navidades. Aquí le traemos lo mismo, cantaré a nuestros familiares y las navidades.
Me dicen triste, solo hago sufrir y busco una salida para no morir. Me dicen el triste, solo hago sufrir y busco una salida para no morir. Porque puse en ti toda la esperanza de unirme a tu vida y por fin ser feliz. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Dímelo a Dios si la necesito y me niega su amor. Pasan las horas y la soledad que vive conmigo me quiere matar. Hoy me toca sufrir, hoy me toca llorar. Tú no quieres que te hable, tú no quieres que te hable más de amor. Dime qué hago yo si tú no sales de mi vida. Es que amor no se va. Y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando, y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando, y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Zacarías Ferreira. Loco de tristeza al caminar, que hasta mis amigos quisieran llorar. Porque puse en ti toda la esperanza de unirme a tu vida y por fin ser feliz. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Dímelo a Dios si la necesito y me niega su amor. Pasan las horas y la soledad que vive conmigo me quiere matar. Hoy me toca sufrir, hoy me toca llorar. Tú no quieres que te hable, tú no quieres que te hable más de amor. Dime qué hago yo si tú no sales de mi vida. Es que amor no se va. Y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando, y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando, y voy sufriendo, y voy llorando. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor. Si se ha perdido mi vida es culpa de tu amor.
Bueno, pues felicidades entonces para la rubia que sigue cumpliendo muchos años más. Que tenemos un poco de bendiciones y que te traiga mucho chupo en esta Navidad. Ah, tú no bebes. Ahora Daniel te convenció de buena manera, entonces tú no bebes. Porque las mujeres cuando beben son más fáciles de convencer. Ya hay un 50% de aprobación. Pero cuando no beben es a pura labia.
Sabes que cuando Daniel me conoció yo no sabía lo que era beber. Y él fue que me enseñó, pero me gusta más bailar que
beber.
Sí.
Ah, tú estás bien.
Y no bebo brutal.
Ay, mamá.
Por si acaso,
Parecía el Facebook.
Por si acaso,
La mujer el brugal no se hizo para las mujeres. No, mentira, es un arreglo que la mente así.
Pero Blanca Iris Villafaña dice que a ella le gusta bailar, pero que ella no pelea.
Estamos igualitos. A mí me gusta mejor resolver.
O sea que tú pueden juntar, tú y Blanca Iris.
Vamos a juntarlo. Blanca Iris no se pone guapa.
Deja que yo le diga eso a Martín de la Cruz. Tú verás que te canaliza eso.
Una más.
Voy a escuchar el programa del miércoles. No me despego del dial del miércoles.
Oye,
vamos a ver.
Ya tú sabes.
Me imagino las jocosidades, las cosas que se le ingenia a Martín para decir.
Prepárate para que le dé el número de Blanca Iris a Martín.
Ay, tú sabes que Blanca está de luto porque murió su hermano.
Oh, sí, sentimos mucho.
Ella tiene una presentación y yo le digo, vamos a cancelar. Dice, no canceles nada.
No canceles. Espérate, aguanta. El espectáculo continúa, tú sabes cómo es.
Sí, el artista es así. Así que para adelante.
Esa es la vida de los artistas.
Sí.
Se deben al público y a veces bajo la pena más honda o más profunda. Tienen que salir al escenario y hacer su show.
Hacer el papel del payaso.
Como dice una canción, sonreír aunque llore en el alma.
Exactamente.
Hacer reír a los demás aunque el sufrimiento te esté matando por dentro.
Que
no.
Estuvo conmigo este weekend, pero ya tú sabes que el sábado.
¡Ay!
¡Su mamá! No, estoy muy agradecida.
Voy a tener que portarme bien este fin de semana para que me den permiso para el próximo.
Una pregunta, ¿y tú te portas bien?
Todo el tiempo.
Sí.
Yo te lo voy a creer para ponerme a averiguarlo mejor.
Todo el tiempo.
Oye, que se va a portar bien.
Y me porto tan bien que lo que bebo es agua.
Ah, sí, es verdad.
Yo prefiero creerte que ponerme a averiguarlo. Lo de portarte bien.
Un día pórtate mal para ver qué harías tú, de qué eres capaz portándote mal.
Ay, no.
Sí.
Es una niña muy buena.
Yo digo que los ángeles están en el cielo. Aquí tenemos...
No, es que yo no tengo complejo de diablita. No.
Diablita, señora.
Ajá, pero que tú dices que los ángeles, que tú dijiste que los ángeles están en el cielo. Entonces, yo no tengo complejo de diablita.
Torre, te buscan allá en la puerta.
Uy, pero ve acá. No relaje, hombre. Dios mío. Es que tú eres querida, rubia. Tú eres querida, la rubia. Se sigue bebiendo.
Y mañana se vuelve a beber.
En el party, todo el mundo goza. Se bebe cerveza y ron, tranquilo. Mientras escucho que chupa y chupa. Tiropea a la vecina con tempo. Chupa, que chupa, chupa, que chupa, chupa y que chupa, chupa. Chupa, que chupa, chupa, que chupa, chupa y que chupa, chupa. Chupa, que chupa, chupa, que chupa, chupa y que chupa, chupa. Chupa, que chupa, chupa. que chupa chupa y que chupa chucho. Chupa que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa. Chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa. Chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa. El moreno chupa chupa en el colmadón. Chupa chupa en la esquina. Chupa chupa y en el barrio. Chupa chupa y ese chucho. Chupa chupa bebe fría. Chupa chupa tranquilito. Chupa chupa todos los días. Chupa chupa dame mambo, dame mambo. Otro para yo si Esteban, pero con fuerza. Ahí mi amor, ahí. Baila Polo, bailalo. Ahí, 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 Christopher. Chupa que chupa chupa que chupa chupa y que chupa chucho. Chupa que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa. Chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa. Chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa chupa y que chupa. El moreno chupa chupa en el colmadón. Chupa chupa en la esquina. Chupa chupa y en el barrio. Chupa chupa y ese chucho. Chupa chupa.
Oye, ¿y por qué será que las cosas buenas duran tan poco? Los gustos buenos duran tan poco, pero tan poco que se van en segundos. Lo único para que no quiera la cosa, el tiempo se nos ha venido encima, digo, se nos ha ido así como agua. Suavecito y rapidito.
Ahí, DJ, ahí.
Bueno, 1:49, llegando ya a la parte final en 11 minutos exactamente en el día de hoy. Llegamos a la parte final de este su espacio Variedades Latinas. Sigue en sintonía hasta las 2, estamos contigo. Hoy es lunes, comienzo de semana.
¿Y qué comienzo?
¿Y qué comienzo? Comenzamos la semana con el cumpleaños de la rubia. ¿Con qué terminaremos? Terminaremos quizás celebrando la continuidad de la celebración del cumpleaños de la rubia también.
Sí. Sí. No está mala la idea.
Sí.
La semana de la rubia. Digo, no, perdón, es el mes.
Me gustan las navidades que sepan a Puerto Rico, comiendo pasteles y lechón asado y dándome unos palitos. Me gustan las navidades que sepan a Puerto Rico, comiendo pasteles y lechón asado y dándome unos palitos. De tierras lejanas vienen los tres reyes, les sirve de guía la estrella de oriente. Yo vengo de lejos hasta tu morada, me sirve de guía tu linda mirada. A mí me gustan así. Hoy es Nochebuena de felicidad. Hoy es Nochebuena y mañana es Navidad. Yo te quiero mucho, lo mismo me da quererte esta noche que una eternidad. A mí me gustan así. Mira, no. Comiendo pasteles y lechón asado y dándome los palitos. Que viene, otro que se va, que venga repleto de felicidad en la despedida del año fugaz. Voy a darte un beso en la Navidad, que me gustan así. Y para los boricuas que están en New York, son las navidades, símbolo de amor. Pensando en ustedes, la
Bueno, ya son ya es la 1:53 minutos, llegando a la parte final de este su espacio Variedades Latinas en el día de hoy. Y agradeciéndole a ustedes la sintonía. Vamos a tomar una última llamada ya para despedir oficialmente este programa en este maravilloso día. Hello, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo estamos por ahí?
De este lado estamos bien, gracias a Dios. ¿Con quién hablamos?
Comandante.
El oficial Miguel Paulino, para desearle
Miguel
un feliz
Paulino.
cumpleaños a la señora Mayra Román, secretaria de la Orden Fraternal de Policía del Estado de Nueva York.
Está de cumpleaños esa niña. Hello. Sí, adelante,
Sí.
adelante.
Sí, no, para desearle un buen cumpleaños a la señora Mayra Román, quien es nuestra secretaria en la logia 920 de la Fraternal de la Policía del Estado de Nueva York.
Qué bien.
Gracias, comandante, por su llamada.
Hoy se han reportado todos los jefes.
Y que cumpla muchos 19 años más.
¡Ay, bendito!
Muchas gracias, Miguel Paulino Castro.
Ok, bye bye.
Está de cumpleaños esta niña, pero no es tan niña, ¿no?
¿Qué solicitud?
Bueno, exactamente la 1:54 minutos. Llegando ya a la parte final, como les decía, quiero agradecerles infinitamente la compañía que nos han hecho hasta este preciso momento, desde las 10 de la mañana, y extenderle a la vez la invitación para un próximo, que Dios mediante será el próximo miércoles, cuando estaremos de regreso 10 de la mañana en punto. Pórtese bien por ahí, cójalo suave, no haga nada que yo no haría. Si toma, no maneje. Si maneja, no tome. Y si maneja, cuide de lo demás. Recuerde que ellos nunca se cuidan. Martín de la Cruz en el día de hoy no pudo llegar, estaba en appointment médico, pero ya si Dios quiere el miércoles estará de regreso con nosotros. Y pues en su nombre le decimos gracias también. Estuvo con nosotros también en el día de hoy
Raquelín, señores, hasta
Raquelín,
el miércoles.
celebrando en grande el cumpleaños de nuestra querida amiga La Rubia, de cariño.
Muchas gracias por este gran homenaje que me han hecho hoy. Se sigue.
Y se sigue celebrando.
Sí, seguimos.
Gracias William Torres, que estuvo también acompañándonos durante gran parte del programa en el día de hoy. Y a ustedes que son los protagonistas de cada una de nuestras intervenciones, gracias de todo corazón. Les tendemos y les dejamos abierta la invitación para el miércoles a las 10 de la mañana. Bye bye, mañana el magnate Alejandro Cruz a las 10 de la mañana con su programa Tiempo de Dios aquí en la 90.3 FM. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yo te estaba dando y tú no quisiste. Yo te estaba dando y tú no quisiste. Con limpiarte el vaso y ni que cubrique. Con limpiarte el vaso y ni que
Whcr 90.3 FM, New York.
You're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. I'm Keyshawn, senior host, and you're listening to The Tape. So of course the take centers on major political issues of the day, and today on the program I'll be talking about my alma mater, Dewa Clinton High School, and I'd like to welcome my guest Evan Mastronardi on the program. And of course you're listening to Living in America by James Brown, the official theme song here on The Tape. I'd like to begin today by talking about not political headlines, but something that's been near and dear to me that's been going on. So, welcome to The Take. If you're a parent or you're a grandparent and you have children going into the attending New York City public schools, I think this may be of a particular interest to you. Recently, the New York City Department of Education has been dishing out grades to these public high schools or these public educational institutions about grading their teachers and their performance. And lately, many of the larger high schools in New York City are falling victim to the small school system. That means a grader goes into the schools, evaluates classrooms and teachers' performances, and then rates the school. I want to talk about my high school today. DeWitt Clinton High School is located in the Bronx, and DeWitt Clinton, I think, has made an impact on American society since its founding in 1897. At first, it was an all-boys school, and then became co-ed in 1983. And the situation going on at DeWitt Clinton is of a major concern for anyone who values public education here in New York City, because it's one of the largest remaining high schools in the city, and then it recently got an F on its progress report from the Department of Education, and it spurred a lot of everyone that's affiliated with Clinton are going on the social media websites to voice their concerns about this grade and to fight to keep the school on open. But just to give you guys a brief background about DeWitt Clinton, I'm going to play a little video for you that tells you about the history of the school and what it means to a lot of folks that that have been affiliated with it over the years. So let's play that real quick for you, and then I'll give you my take on of what's going on. So let's hear that.
The story of DeWitt Clinton High School is a true American tale of humble beginnings, hard work, and accomplishments beyond one's wildest dreams. The humble beginnings took place in 1897 when the school opened on the top floor of PS 35 on West 13th Street in Manhattan. Swelling enrollment by 1906 led to the opening of a new state-of-the-art building on 10th Avenue between 58th and 59th Streets. But even that structure could not handle the public's desire to give more youngsters a high school education. On May 1st, 1929, the third and present DeWitt Clinton High School opened on a 21-acre campus on Marshallou Parkway in the North Bronx. The official opening ceremonies did not take place until October 29th, the very day the stock market crashed in lower Manhattan, bringing on the Great Depression. For the children of the Depression, the new building was an oasis of beauty and stability. Its 3 floors topped with a 4th and 5th floor tower, its marble hallways, Tiffany chandeliers, 3 gymnasia, and a library large enough for 25,000 books soon earned the school the title the Castle on the Parkway. Why, for more than a century, have youngsters enrolled in DeWitt Clinton High School? As today's students would answer, they come for the academics and the sports. Though Clinton is not a specialized school with an entrance exam, and therefore educates all levels of students, it has always maintained strong academic standards, and today is celebrated for its rigorous college preparatory Macy program. Outside the classroom, its academic clubs and teams encourage students to develop their interests in various fields of endeavor. This continuation of academic excellence is symbolized by the school's 2 student publications. The Magpie Art and Literary magazine began in 1903 and still flourishes. The Clinton News, from its first issue in 1913 to its now color issues, connect Clinton students to one another and to the world. Sports have always been a part of the Clinton tradition. The playing fields are also learning fields where young people gain valuable experience in getting along with all kinds of people. When you put on a Clinton uniform, no one thinks about your race, ethnicity, and religion. All that matters is that you play hard and make Clinton proud. Football games have traditionally had the largest faculty and student attendance. For more than a century, fall Saturday mornings have meant cheering for the red and black, for the Governors. Clinton basketball is legendary, winning more New York City basketball championships than any other school, and producing more players to reach the NBA than any other high school in America. When Clinton became co-ed in 1983, girls' teams excelled. In 2004, the girls and boys track teams both won the PSAL Indoor and Outdoor Track Championships, the first time in the 97 years of PSAL competition that the boys and girls of one school won all 4 titles in the same school year. The responsibility for keeping Clinton strong lies with the school's administration and staff. From the very beginning, Clinton has had dedicated principals who have served as role models to staff and students alike. 3 days after the first graduation in 1900, the first Clintonites to call themselves alumni met to form the DeWitt Clinton Alumni Association. Working with the administration, the association funds programs and activities in the school and encourages its members to remain loyal to alma mater. Tradition doesn't have to be formal or pompous. It can be about the way Clintonites do their thing and remember years later about their days in the castle on the Parkway. The memories are many. Those long walks from the Marshalloo train station in the cold morning air, or gathering in Central Park on a spring day to raise money for a good cause. It's remembering those lines in the lunchroom, or even being part of a student team that paints the lunchroom. When Clinton was all boys, it meant watching watching any girl walk by. At one time, it meant electing a Miss Clinton by choosing a girl that went to another high school. And Clinton dances meant hoping that the girls from Walton and Theodore Roosevelt would come. After Clinton went co-ed in 1983, the boys only had to look to the next seat to find a date for the prom, and the same for the girls. And when you went to Clinton, you knew how you wanted your hair to look. And you probably laughed at how guys wore theirs in earlier decades. The girls introduced a new look, actually many new looks, with the coming of theme days for seniors. One year they might join the boys and everyone took on the look of cowhands. The next year they would be ancient Greeks or medieval knights and fair maidens. Clinton has always had the tradition that the show must go on. Whether it was grand opera in the early years or decades of Clinton night shows, early on, boys took the girls' roles, as in the 1915 production of The Mikado. In later decades, the staff liked to get into the performance, though the students were always the stars. Perhaps you played in the orchestra, or the band, or sang in the chorus, or did your best singing in the bathrooms.
Well, there was a great echo in the boys' room in the toilet, and it sounded like a recording studio. When we sang in a recording studio, it sounded like we were singing in a toilet. I don't know why. Just a great echo. The halls, too, but you weren't allowed to sing.
Give me the feel of that.
Woo! Oh, no, no, no.
Maybe you just like to hang around the place, watch one of the teams compete, and cheer it on. But eventually you had to go home, with all those images of school in your head, stored away to be remembered on another day. As a regular public high school, Clinton has spent much of its existence dealing with overcrowding, insufficient funding, and social unrest. That turmoil has not prevented the school from producing alumni who have achieved beyond their wildest dreams. Clintonites have made such a mark on the world that only the mention of their names brings instant recognition.
When you turn on television, it's impossible. Sometimes I could flip 5 or 6 channels and there will be a Clinton connection. Imagine that the 3 most famous songs about New York City. The first is I'll Take Manhattan, The Bronx and Staten Island, words and music, Lorenz Hart and Richard Rodgers. They both went to Clinton. You go and you find a song like New York, New York, what a wonderful town, the Bronx is up, the Battery's down. Words by Adolph Green, went to Clinton. Start Spreading the News, written by a Clinton guy.
There is a story here. David Clinton and all the people, the boys, basically over the years that have gone there. It's an interesting saga. 2 world wars, several other wars, the atomic age, depression. How many of the young men served in those wars? The number of celebrities. I think it's worth telling this story.
So I hope from that little video you got a sense of what Dewa Clinton's all about. I want to bring to your attention, folks, an article written in the New York Post about Dewa Clinton's F grade, and the title of it is Failing Bronx High School, and the author was Laura Babcock, and she pretty much illuminated one side of the story about Dewa Clinton High School, and basically got quotes from freshman and sophomore students, which of course, when you start out and at a new institution, you may have little things to say about it because you haven't really gotten the full experience. And she pretty much used all these quotes, and it was bad publicity for the school because everyone that basically loves the school is fighting for it to be intact. But here are the things that the city doesn't tell people about when they actually evaluate these schools. Approximately 85% of the grade of a high school comes from standardized test scores. Now, in my opinion, I don't think that that's fair. I think that other factors should be considered when grading public institutions. And as in the case with Clinton, and this is much of the case with other large high schools here in the city, they take in the students that pretty much when a large high school gets broken up, the students there, because they're underrepresented in the small high schools, get sent to the larger high schools like Clinton, and then pretty much that's why the graduation rates go down, and then all these other stuff. And a lot of these students that go to Clinton and all these other large high schools, a lot of them are Spanish speakers, etc. That just coming into the United States, they haven't really got the full experience here of schooling here, so they have needs that needs to be addressed, and then the schools are getting underfunded as well. I just want to bring to your attention, as in the case with Clinton, this should have been illuminated in the New York Post article. Approximately 59% of the ninth graders that the school takes in, they're behind state standards on 8th grade exams, and more than 100 failed majority of their 8th grade courses. And Clinton's graduation rate has surpassed the citywide average, and it reached 71.5%. And 60% of the graduates go on to earn 30 credits during their first 2 years of public college, and the state average is 61.5%. And then, like I said before, English language learners make up 19% of the school's school body, and special education students comprise 13% of the school. And then the Department of Education, after giving out this F grade to Clinton, I have a quote here that they wrote to Clinton family, and this appeared in the Riverdale Press. We understand that families and staff members of Dewa Clinton believe in the school's potential, and we know that this message is a difficult one. At the same time, we hope you share our view that we can and must do better for our students. We must ensure our students don't fall further behind. Now, this is to the Department of Education. If they really value education here in the city and care about students, fund the schools more, help the teachers, helping the students that go there, and don't dish out grades based on standardized test scores alone, because people's jobs are at stake here. Never mind, if Clinton shuts down, that's the city's decision, but just remember there are teachers here that are working very hard to make sure that their students have success, and closing down a large high school isn't the answer to the state's, and for that matter, a nation's education problems. I think that you should stand by teachers, stand by students, and Clinton has like a large alumni association. There are so much people that are willing to fight for this school. It's unimaginable. And I've known, you've heard in the news all the time, the larger high schools are getting shut down every day. But the amount of support that Clinton's receiving since the news broke is just astounding. They're having an open forum here on Thursday at the high school with the DOE to talk about all this stuff. So this is of major concern. So like I said before I started this segment, if you have a child that goes to the New York City public, that they're in one of these schools here in the city and everything like that, it's a major issue, and you should definitely take the time to learn more about this stuff. Because if, say for example, they do break up Clinton and then they have these smaller high schools like they do with other larger high schools that didn't meet the standards of the city and the state. You pretty much have these smaller high schools. If one of them fails, they shut that down, and then the students have to find other schools to go to. And then again, if they go to another small high school and they're not meeting the standards, they shut that down, and then they ship them off to some other school. And I don't think that's right. I think you have to stand by teachers and fund the schools better. And for the New York Post, the author that wrote that article, in journalism, you're supposed to illuminate both sides of the story, and I think you should take a point or two from the article written in the Riverdale Press. I think that author did a pretty good job of talking about the school and giving the other sides of the story. So that's my take on this whole situation. And this is, I don't mean to go off in tangent here. I know we have to talk about political issues on this program, but I graduated from DeWitt Clinton High School in 2009, and I've received a ton of support. And without the teachers there and the guidance counselors and everything, I wouldn't be where I am today. And now I'm at the City College of New York hosting this show. So, I mean, Clinton does produce success stories. People like Bob Kane, Stan Lee, Ralph Lauren. All these guys graduated from Clinton, and they went on to, change our society and made positive contributions. So I think that the DOE should allow students that go there and all these other larger high schools, give them the opportunity to get a good education, stand by them, and help the teachers out instead of, just giving them an F and shutting them down. Well, with that being said, on today's program, we're switching gears now. I'd like to, when we come back from break, that is, I'm going to welcome my guest, Evan Mastronardi. He's a Skadden Scholar, and he's a fellow student here at the City College of New York, and we're going to talk about contemporary political issues. So stay tuned, more in just a minute.
Man Up in Harlem is a by men for men ministry that focuses on creating positive changes in the Harlem community through prayer and community service. The group hosts a men's empowerment hour every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Polo Grounds House and Community Room, and a weekly prayer walk every Thursday morning in several locations. At the prayer walk, members pray together in a football-style huddle about community issues. Man Up in Harlem's slogan is "Don't talk about it, be about it." If you'd like to join a prayer walk, meet at 6 a.m. at the 155th subway station for the Polo Grounds House Walk, or at the Dunkin' Donuts at 126 in Amsterdam for the Grand House Walk. For more information, please check out www.manupharlem.org.
If you know the symptoms and get the facts, you'll know the signs of a heart attack. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if it sounds familiar, call 911.
Pain in your neck, chest,
arms or jaw,
shortness of breath.
Please tell us more. Cold sweats and nausea, tiredness.
It's time to take it
serious. Back pain, stomach pain, shortness of breath. Cold sweats, nausea, dizziness. If you know the symptoms and heed the signs, you'll be around for a long, long time. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911.
Learn a song that could save your life. Get a free download at womenshealth.gov/heart attack.
Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911. If any sound familiar, call 911.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
911.
Veterans have difficulty transitioning their military skills into civilian jobs. In New York City, an estimated 17,300 veterans are unemployed. Are you a veteran in desperate need of help? Do you want to take advantage of a life-changing opportunity? If so, the 369th Veterans Outreach Program is designed to assist veterans in Harlem and surrounding communities. Veteran services include resume preparation, interview workshops, access to interview attire, and reliable transportation. For more information, call the 369th Veterans Outreach Program at 646-533-9292.
The Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT of New York City, provides assistance in preparing and recovering from emergencies. CERT assists first responders and provides staffing for city shelters in response to disasters and extreme weather conditions. City College is one of the many locations for hurricane evacuation. CERT team members are local and live amongst the community, so they are always there for the people. CERT members will speak to any organization about emergency planning for the elderly, children, and the disabled. They offer workshops in creating go bags, emergency communication, and evacuation plans, and shelter-in-place kits. To learn how to prepare for emergencies, call South Harlem CERT at 917-406-6661.
If you or someone you know is receiving federal benefits from Social Security, Veterans Affairs, Railroad Retirement Board, Office of Personnel Management, or the Department of Labor, this message is for you. The Treasury Department is phasing out paper check payments and requiring federal benefit recipients to get their money electronically. You can choose to get your payments by direct deposit to a bank, credit union, or to a Direct Express debit MasterCard account. The deadline to switch is March 1st, 2013. If you do not choose a bank or credit union for your direct deposit, your funds will automatically go onto a Direct Express debit MasterCard. If you are already receiving your federal benefit payments by direct deposit, this change will not affect you. For more information, contact your local Social Security Administration office or call 1-800-333-1795. That's 1-800-333-1795.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
And welcome back here, right here on The Take. I'm your host, Kishan Singh, and you're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. So, I am pleased to welcome Evan Mastronardi on the program today. Evan is a senior right here at the City College of New York, majoring in political science and minoring in public policy. He is also a member of the highly competitive Scanning Arps Honors Program in Legal Studies. In addition to all this, Evan is an intern at the New York State Attorney General's office. In the past, he has interned for the University Neighborhood Housing Program in the Bronx. It's a private nonprofit dedicated towards creating and preserving affordable housing in the borough. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome now Evan to the program. Well, Evan, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Great. So could you tell us a little bit about yourself? What made you decide you wanted to pursue a career in politics / the legal profession?
Well, I'm definitely more interested in studying politics than I am in being a politician. That seems quite exhausting. With regards to the law itself, I'm interested in it because it's always an important factor in progress for any cause, whether it be civil rights, workers' rights, affordable housing, what have you. And just having better knowledge in the law puts you in a better position to make an impact in the law. And that's why the aforementioned Scan ARPS program that I'm very happy to be in has been such a great experience, because it's helped to give me structure, it lets me meet people in those areas that have had an impact, and it has just continued to stimulate my interest in politics and the law.
Okay. Could you tell our listeners how you got involved with working for the Attorney General, and how's the experience like, and how long have you been interning there?
I got involved by applying for the internship this past summer. A Skadden Arps program has helped me to secure that internship as well. I've been there since June, 6 months, so on and off. I've only taken a couple breaks to study for the LSAT, which they've been very generous in giving me some time off when I've needed it. But overall, it's been a great atmosphere. It's in the public sector of law, which is what I'm interested in. I'm in the Labor Bureau, so that deals with workers' rights and helping to make sure workers get their fair pay, make sure wage practices are proper, that employers aren't, withholding wages unjustly, and such cases. Just knowing that I can have any sort of impact, even if it's just good administrative work, even if it's just basic document review, any sort of impact on getting a hard middle class, lower class worker their wage, their money, especially in this economy, it means a lot to me. So I'm glad to be a part of it.
Okay, great. And you have interned for the UNHP. Could you tell us about that experience? And what did they really do? Because from your bio here that I just read, it says that it's a private nonprofit dedicated towards creating and preserving affordable housing. So just give us a little sense of that.
Sure. So UNHP stands for University Neighborhood Housing Program. It's located in Grand Concourse area in the Bronx.
Right.
And they're funded in part by Fordham University and the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition. And what they do with these funds is they help to take buildings that either are currently dilapidated and in need of repair, and they help to do that, or sometimes to create affordable housing itself, which is another passion of mine, being that I've grown up in affordable housing all my life. I live in Amalgamated Park Reservoir, which is an affordable housing success story. So that's one of the main reasons I interned for, to see ways I can further that cause. They have an extensive database that helps them locate areas in need of restructuring that are dilapidated, whether it be structural damage, but also places that are in danger of financial distress. And they use systems like ACRIS, which is Automated City Register Information System, has registration of different properties. And they also use HPD, Department of Housing and Preservation and Development, to locate these buildings, and I help them update their database on it. And they work very efficiently, and they really are working towards a very important cause, which is the expansion of affordable housing in the Bronx.
Okay. Well, now, as you know, we're going to be talking about politics here today, and I've had guests in the before the presidential election happened, but I haven't had anyone after that. So I just wanted to get your take on the recent presidential and congressional elections. Were you surprised at the results of the election?
I wouldn't really say I was surprised. I felt that it was going to be close either way. It's not like I was sure that Obama was going to win, but what I knew was that Mitt Romney was going to have a lot of swing states. He would have needed them all to go in his favor, or a good portion of them to go in his favor. And the probability of that happening, yes, judging by some of the recent polls, but just the climate, it didn't seem that was going to be the case. And once I saw, I figured Romney would have a lead in the beginning because he was going to get all the southern states in a block. But then Obama was going to get California. And then once I saw Obama got Ohio and Nevada, I pretty much knew that the election was going to go in his favor.
Okay, yeah, and so do you think that there was a mandate for either party after the election?
We use this word mandate a lot, and I don't always know if it's used properly. Mandate implies a large margin. If that's the way it's used, then I don't think that's the right word, because it was not a large margin in the presidential election. In the congressional election, yes, the Republicans do have a lead. I wouldn't say it's a huge majority, but it is a majority. In the Senate, the Democrats only have a slight edge over the Republicans. But if we're using mandate in the sense of sending a message, I think there is a bit of a mandate in that the moderate Republican is more favored than either the more conservative Tea Party Republican,
Uh-huh.
or the more there are very few liberal Republicans left, but if you call Ron Paul liberal Republican, then
Right.
that type of Republican.
Yeah.
So the moderate Republican seems to have won. That's the candidate that they chose, Mitt Romney,
Right.
although he did try to cater towards more conservatives at times, which I believe hurt him. That is a mandate within the party. I think that they will use that in 2016 to elect a better candidate.
Right. Yeah, so you touched up on Mitt Romney, but what do you think was the biggest reason why he lost? Did he lack charisma, or was it just the command of the issues?
I think it was just inconsistency. I think it was inconsistency and the
what particular issues? Just give us examples, in your view.
I think that first I would like to say I think it was inconsistency within his political stance, whether it be appearing more conservative during the primaries and more moderate during the general election. But on certain issues, for example, the Lilly Ledbetter Act that Obama has endorsed and touted, he didn't give a real position on that. And he really should have. Because I think that if the Republicans try to step away from the social conservativeness and stick more towards their financial views, they'll appear like a much more attractive party. So on things like Lilly Ledbetter, even on health care, he kind of stepped away from it, even though he authored a similar policy in his home state of Massachusetts. And he gave conflicting views on how much he supported that idea. He said no, not on a national scale, but he likes every part of Obamacare, it seems, except that it's on a national scale. So he didn't really edify the public on what he would change on the reform. So he kind of went back and forth on the conservative Romney candidate to the moderate Romney candidate. He should have stuck with the moderate Romney. I think he would have had much more success.
Okay. So the next question concerns factions in both parties. Do you feel that the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street movement impacted the election this year? And do you think that the faction will have any relevance going forward?
I think that the Tea Party has had an impact on the Republican Party. I think that they put pressure on Romney to be more conservative. He wanted to win Tea Party votes. I think that they have created a more conservative base, but the thing is that a lot of their candidates lost this time around. You know, Alan West isn't going to be reelected. The Murdoch, I believe he was running, was it Indiana? Indiana Senator. He didn't get elected. Todd Akin, that congressman who made the controversial abortion remarks, he didn't get elected. So the more conservative and Tea Party candidates, they are just a part of a faction, but they are not a part of the broad base. With regards to Occupy, Occupy, is a lot less organized than the Tea Party in their message. The Tea Party seems to have a much clearer message, agree with them or not, than Occupy does. And that's part of the reason I don't think they've had that much of an influence on the Democratic Party. They are clearly more liberal, as they're not as much in favor of capitalism as the Democrats are. But they haven't, and it will be interesting to see if the mandates for marijuana in Colorado and Washington mean that some Democrats will get behind this and take a shift to the left, because they haven't. They've been drifting more center. So we'll see if Occupy does have an impact with this recent election.
Okay. So we're going to take a short break, Evan. To our listeners, stay tuned. We'll have more for you in just a second.
Sure.
And you've just been listening to Such Great Heights by the Postal Service. And I'd like to welcome you back here to The Take. And again, joining me is Evan Mastronardi, CCNY student and Skadden Scholar. So we were just talking about the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street movements, and we're going to transition now into the whole fiscal cliff situation. So, Evan, what do you make of the whole fiscal cliff situation in Washington? And do you think that both parties are willing to work together? And in your view, what is the best approach to solving the economic crisis, raising revenue or lowering taxes?
Well, I think it's a very important situation for all of America because nobody wants our taxes to go up by a great rate, especially in this economy, especially when it's hard to find jobs. We don't want to be paying too much more on our taxes, especially in the middle class that, frankly, are having trouble affording such a increase. Are both parties willing to work together? They have to. And I think the Republicans do understand now that if a deal is not worked out, some more of the blame will probably fall on them, at least in the public's opinion. It can be debatable where it should actually fall, but at least in the public's opinion, it will. And I think that as a result, there will be a combination of both the methods that you mentioned, raising revenue and lowering taxes. They don't necessarily need to be exclusive. You can lower taxes on the middle class, which I think everybody will want to do. Raising taxes in the middle class is popular via no party. And raising revenue overall can be done by closing deductions in the tax code while not necessarily raising the marginal tax rate. And I think that since the Republicans are adamantly against raising the marginal tax rate, it's going to be a slight, if any, raise in that rate, which the Republicans can take credit for. But a raise in the effective rate by closing those deductions, which the Democrats will take credit for. And as a result, that will raise revenue, which everybody will take credit for. And I think that that's ultimately what the compromise will be.
So the whole, who do you think has the biggest stake here in this whole fiscal cliff situation? Is it the president, is it the Republican Party, or is it the Democratic Party as a whole?
I think it is the Republican Party. I think that after this election, the partisanship, the onus of partisanship is really on their side. They have been talking about getting much more moderate. And while this isn't exactly a social issue, I think this is a good start. And I'm not saying they need to break with their principles. I also agree with them to an extent that raising tax on the rich is just a part of this equation, especially marginal taxes. They only have so much of a impact on this whatsoever. But I think their willingness to compromise has already shown in the willingness to raise revenue. So I think that they have the most at stake. But the president still needs to keep his liberal fan base, which has somewhat been decreasing, as many liberals view him as a centrist, a center-right. So compromising too much with Republicans and in some people's mind, losing the middle class some money is not good either. So it needs to be a compromise that both are really satisfied with, at least on some levels, that they can tout accomplishments. So we'll see really who comes out on top. I think the Republicans will have to make a bigger sacrifice than the Democrats overall.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been looking at, I've been following politics as you do with President Obama, and for his first term, it seemed to me like he's been governing from pretty much from the center to the right. Do you think now that he's been reelected, he's going to govern more from the left?
That's something I've been interested in as well. Part of me wonders if he'll take the coattails of this mandate in Colorado and Washington we mentioned earlier. Will he talk about the drug war at all? Will he mention gun rights? That's he hasn't really talked about that much. And now that he's not seeking re-election, I think there's a chance that he will. But the other thing is talking about those issues may lose him some bipartisanship because just when he's making a compromise with the Republicans, now he appears more left to them. Will that matter for him? I mean, even if on a personal level he's fine with that, he still wants to get things done. I think that towards the end of his second term, we'll see probably more of these left measures. But right now, I do not think we will. I think there's too much at stake with regards to the economy for us to see that shift in his policy.
Okay. Now, on the international front, the UN just voted to give Palestine statehood. Do you think that this helps or hinders the movement for peace in the Middle East?
I honestly don't think it does much. I think it's mainly symbolic. I mean, Palestine is a nation that still is seeking independence, full independence, not non-member observer state, which is what they are called now by the UN. So this has not done much. I don't think it really warrants criticism either. I know some in the UN are against this. I don't think it will hurt our peace talks. The real peace talks have yet to come, and but that isn't even on the table while there's still violence between the two nations. So hopefully this peace and ceasefire will continue. But, the real change, the real peace in the Middle East will come when the talks of a two-state solution, which is the only way this is ever going to make progress, is with a two-state solution, when that's on the table. And that can only come when there are diplomatic talks, and that's really with Israel and the Fatah party, not with Hamas, because Hamas is by no means a diplomatic or stable form of government. So that's when we can really talk about progress and peace, not with just the recognition of a non-member observer state in the Middle East. I don't think it'll have much of an effect.
Now, every night when I go home and I turn on the TV, there's always talk, well, especially on Fox News, about this whole Benghazi situation and with Susan Rice. Now, I personally think that she's a suitable candidate for the job of Secretary of State. But do you think that she is a good choice? And are there political risks for the White House if President Obama goes ahead to nominate her?
I see no reason why she's not a good choice. I mean, with these, if you remember early in Obama's presidency, he appointed many people. It wasn't as high level as Secretary of State, granted, but they ended up resigning. There were a lot of resignations early, so you don't always know. And of course, that doesn't look great, but he's making the best judgment he can beforehand. You never know what the position will dictate and how people will react to it. But all you can do is based on credentials, and she's a very smart woman. Studied at Oxford, at Stanford. She has good academic credentials. She also was Assistant Secretary of State on African American Affairs under Clinton, and currently uses as Ambassador in the United Nations. So she has the experience necessary. This whole Benghazi business, I mean, if current Secretary Hillary Clinton was in the same position and early in her career, would she have made the same mistake? Maybe. Maybe she would have. Maybe that's the information she was given, and she would have said the same thing. So I think this criticism is a little unfair on her. She was acting on the information she was given. She'll learn maybe later on to speak maybe less decisively based on that information. But I don't think this hurt our relationship with any nations. And as long as that didn't happen, she is still a qualified candidate.
Okay, and just because we're running out of time now, Evan, so what are your plans for the future?
Currently, I'm applying to law school, and I'm still toying with also applying to grad school. I'm interested in the public sector of law, so CUNY Law will be on my radar, but other schools that have a public interest programs. And right now I'm just really in the heat of the applications process. I'll be taking the LSAT again in February. And so just, studying, working on my applications and preparing for finals all at once, trying to do it for the home stretch. But that's really on my agenda. And I trust it'll all be worth it ultimately.
Well, Evan, thank you for being on the program today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And don't forget, folks, that The Take is now on Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, go on to www.facebook.com/TheTakeKS. As always, I enjoy having guests on these programs to talk about contemporary political issues, and Evan did a good job today, and I want to thank him for that again. Next week, we're going to be just reviewing everything in a whole, that what happened with the presidential election and everything like that. So do tune in next week to the program. This is your host, Keyshawn Singh. You've been listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. I'm signing off now. Have a good week, everybody.
feel good. I knew that I would not. So good, so good. I got you. Wow, I feel nice. A sugar and spice. I feel nice. A sugar and spice. So nice, so nice. I got you. When I hold you in my arms, I know that I can't do no wrong. And when I hold you in my arms, my love won't do you no harm. And I feel nice, that sugar and spice. I feel nice, like sugar and spice. So nice, so nice, I got you. When I hold you in my arms, I know that I can't do no wrong. And when I hold sugar and spice. I feel nice, like sugar and spice. So nice, so nice that I got you. Wow, I feel good. I knew that I would not. I feel good. I knew that I would. So good, but I got you. So good, but I got you. So good, but I got you.
Man Up in Harlem is a by men for men ministry that focuses on creating positive changes in the Harlem community through prayer and community service. The group hosts a men's empowerment hour every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Polo Grounds Housing Community Room, and a weekly prayer walk every Thursday morning in several locations. At the prayer walk, members pray together in a football-style huddle about community issues. Man Up in Harlem's slogan is "Don't talk about it, be about it." If you'd like to join a prayer walk, meet at 6 a.m. at the 155th subway station for the Polo Grounds House Walk, or at the Dunkin' Donuts at 126 in Amsterdam for the Grand House Walk. For more information, please check out www.manupharlem.org.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Good afternoon, and thank you for tuning in to WHCR 90.3 FM. The name of this program is Good Sportsmanship, and for the next hour you'll be hearing baseball news, analysis, and a wide variety of music ranging from classical, hip-hop, reggae, and other musical stylings. Our first order of business today is the transaction report of the last week. The Oakland Athletics traded infielder Brandon Hicks to the New York Mets. The 27-year-old righty hitter has played all of 55 Major League games in his career. In his career as a minor league player, he's hit .241 with a 334 on-base percentage and a 432 slugging percentage. He will likely be battling for a backup infielder spot in spring training. The Arizona Diamondbacks signed 31-year-old free agent utility man Mark Teahen. Teahen has experience playing every infield position minus shortstop and can also play corner outfield positions. Last year in Washington's AAA affiliate Syracuse, Teahen hit .260 with 3 home runs and 450 at-bats. The Detroit Tigers signed right-handed pitchers Trevor Bell, Shane Dyer, Sean Hill, and Jesse Todd. All of these pitchers, except for Todd, have experience being stretched out as starters, but they'll likely be competing for spots in the Tigers' bullpen as a long reliever. In addition to signing these pitchers, the Tigers also signed 26-year-old utility man Matt Tuiasosopo, 36-year-old first baseman outfielder John Lindsay, and 29-year-old utility player Kevin Russo. Tuiasosopo has been in the Mariners organization his entire career and has experience playing every position except for catcher. Lindsay is a career minor leaguer with 12 career Major League at-bats, all coming with the Los Angeles Dodgers in 2010. There were a lot of news stories chronicling his rise to the major leagues because it's very rare to see somebody spend as much time in the minor leagues as Lindsay did. So he'll be looking to battle for a bench spot with the Tigers big league club. Kevin Russo, another one of the minor league invites, plays primarily second base and third base, and he spent his entire career in the Yankees organization. He can also play all 3 outfield spots. In 2,339 minor league plate appearances, Russo is a .286 hitter with a .350 on-base percentage. He has 17 career minor league home runs in his 8 years as a professional. The Chicago Cubs signed free agent right-hander Scott Feldman. The 30-year-old has pitched primarily as a starter in the last few years. He struggled last year, though, to find consistency in the Texas Rangers rotation. He made 29 appearances, 21 of them were starts, and he went 6-11 with a 5.09 ERA. Feldman does have power stuff, though, with the ability to run his sinker up to the mid-90s. This was a prudent signing by the Cubs, as they're risking relatively little to potentially receive 150-plus league average innings. Should Feldman pitch well through the first half of the year, Chicago might try to trade him for prospects to beef up their farm system as well. In Philadelphia, the Phillies have placed their starting catcher Carlos Ruiz on the restricted list. He will be suspended for the first 25 games of the regular season for testing positive for an amphetamine. The amphetamine was Adderall. He will be allowed, though, to participate in the training drills and exhibition games during spring training in February and March. His suspension has raised controversy over the legitimacy of players using medication to treat conditions such as ADD or ADHD, and whether or not the league should reform its drug policy to accommodate such situations. There have been multiple reports stating that 1 in every 10 major leaguers is receiving medication for ADHD-related symptoms. The 34-year-old Ruiz had his best year in 2012. He hit .325 with 16 home runs while slugging .540. In addition to that, he also helped bring a championship to Philadelphia in 2008. The Cleveland Indians designated left-handed reliever Rafael Perez for assignment, leading to his eventual release from the organization. The 30-year-old left-hander was a crucial part of the Tribe's bullpen since 2006, especially in 2007 when the Orioles were 1 game away from going to the World Series. He pitched in only 8 games in 2012 due to a left lat strain and problems with his right ankle. The Kansas City Royals traded first baseman Clint Robinson and right-handed pitcher Vin Mazzaro to the Pittsburgh Pirates for prospects Luis Rico and Luis Santos. The Boston Red Sox traded third baseman Danny Valencia to the Baltimore Orioles for cash considerations. The New York Yankees signed Andy Pettitte to a 1-year, $12 million contract. To clear room on the 40-man roster for him, they designated catcher Eli Whiteside for assignment. They're hoping that he is not claimed on the waiver wire and he clears the waivers so that he returns to the organization and his contract status will have more flexibility because of his clearing waivers. If that situation were to unfold, the Yankees would be able to stash him in the minor leagues and bring him up whenever they please. The Los Angeles Angels signed right-handed reliever Ryan Madson to a 1-year, $3.5 million contract. Madson was looking to cash in big last year after a 2011 season with the Phillies, which he saved 32 games. He signed a 1-year, $6 million contract with the Reds for the 2012 season, but he blew his elbow out in spring training and required Tommy John surgery. He did not pitch for the entire year. The Angels are hoping he establishes himself once again as a force in the 9th inning. The Seattle Mariners released utility man Sean Figgins after an abysmal 3-year stint. Figgins signed a 4-year, $36 million contract with Seattle prior to the 2010 season and is due another $8 million in 2013. In 3 years and 1,209 plate appearances as a Mariner, Figgins has hit .227 with a .302 on-base percentage. More concerningly, a .283 slugging percentage. As a younger player, he was known for being speedy and being able to play all positions except for catcher. He would be wise to market himself this winter as a super utility player capable of coming off of the bench and stealing bases in a pinch. That's probably the best way for him to retain any marketability he may still have. Right-handed reliever Jonathan Broxton will be returning to the Cincinnati Reds next year as he signed a 3-year, $21 million deal. Broxton joined the Reds halfway through the season after being traded by the Kansas City Royals at the trade deadline. He pitched to a 2.82 ERA in 22 innings, picking up 4 saves along the way. He was primarily the 8th inning setup guy to bridge the gap to closer Aroldis Chapman. Now, he could be the Reds' closer should they decide to stick Aroldis Chapman in the rotation. But if Chapman remains as the closer, Broxton will likely be the incumbent 8th inning setup man once again. The Atlanta Braves signed free agent center fielder B.J. Upton to a 5-year, $75 million deal. The 28-year-old Upton hit a career-high 28 home runs last year, but he hit .246 with a .298 on-base percentage. There are a few people who doubt Upton's physical talents, but his consistency and focus are always under question, rendering this deal to be somewhat of a risk for the Braves. At his best, Upton plays a spectacular center field, is a huge threat to steal bases, he hits for decent average, and he hits for power. When he's in the midst of a cold streak, he does too little of each to justify the praise he received early in his career as being a quote-unquote complete 5-tool player. Atlanta is banking on him doing things he has never done before, such as hitting for average and getting on base more consistently. But they are picking what is typically seen as the prime years of an athlete's age, because Upton is now 28 and he'll be 34 by the end of this contract. So chances are if Upton is going to start doing things he's never done before, now would be the time, and that is exactly what Atlanta is banking on. The Minnesota Twins traded their center fielder Denard Span to the Washington Nationals for 23-year-old pitching prospect Alex Meyer. Meyer, a right-hander, started 25 games in his first season as a professional baseball player. He was drafted just last year. Across 2 single-A teams, he pitched 129 innings, going 10-6 with an impressive 2.86 ERA. In only 129 innings, he struck out 139 hitters, while walking only 45. He allowed opposing hitters to a .211 batting average. The Twins are hoping he can advance quickly through the system due to his experience as a pitcher in college. This is an approach that is used by many major league teams when they are attempting to develop young pitchers. As opposed to drafting somebody who is younger in high school, they prefer to sign somebody or draft somebody who is a couple of years older but is a bit more seasoned, is a bit more conditioned because of the experience that they had in college. This is part of the appeal that Meyer had for the Twins. The Twins feel that he will be able to move quickly through their minor league system, and his first year as a professional definitely showed that he has an advanced approach to pitching. The Nationals acquire a center fielder in Span who has been known for his ability to hit for average, get on base, play stellar defense, and also provide speed on the base paths. Span is likely to be the leadoff hitter, so that'll move Jason Worth down to the middle of the order. Span will also probably play center field as well, which will move Bryce Harper over to left field. Jason Worth will most likely play right field. Part of Span's appeal also is the affordability of his contract. He's making about $5 million per year for the next 2 to 3 years. After signing Ryan Madson, the Angels traded right-handed reliever Jordan Walden, who was once their closer in 2011 and 2010. The Angels traded him to the Braves for right-handed starter Tommy Hanson. Both pitchers at some point were highly coveted by their respective teams, but declining velocity in recent years have concerned both parties. Both Los Angeles and Atlanta reason that since they broke in as power pitchers, declines in velocity and command spell future trouble for them. They're basically hoping that they swap the problem child to the other guy and cash in big on the person who they're receiving. Multiple outlets report that Hansen has a documented history of shoulder troubles. Who reports these things and why they're believed is beyond me, but that's a discussion for another day. While Walden's unorthodox delivery is seen as the red flag. The Angels hope that they've acquired a power righty to fit in as a solid number 3 starter, while the Braves hope Walden can be a key cog in the bridge to Craig Kimbrell in the 9th inning. Walden will likely be a middle reliever in the 6th and 7th innings, but if Johnny Venters and Eric O'Flaherty underperform, he could seize the 8th inning duties if he impresses. The Boston Red Sox signed Johnny Gomes to a 2-year, $10 million deal. He will likely be playing left field on a regular basis. Gomes has hit 18 home runs this year in 279 plate appearances for the Oakland Athletics. He batted .262 with a .377 on-base percentage while slugging .491. He's got a career OPS of .790. Gomes is a low average, high on-base percentage, and high power hitter who is pretty slow and pretty poor in the field. At age 32, this signing is a good one for both the Red Sox and for Gomes, as Fenway Park will likely help his production, and his contract is neither debilitating in length or in expense. He'll be 34 at the end of this contract, so 2 good seasons in Boston could set him up for another big payday. At best, he would be a cheap part of a revamped Boston squad that suddenly is winning again, or at worst, he'd be a cheap placeholder of a rebuilding Boston team that is still terrible. Should things somehow get even worse in Boston, he could even be trade bait due to his cheap salary and his short contract. How the Boston organization chooses to go on from here remains to be seen. General manager Ben Cherington has not committed towards rebuilding from the ground up or plugging holes through free agency. It appears as though he's attempting to utilize a mix of both of those strategies to both try to be competitive in the near future and also lay the groundwork for sustainable success in the long-term future. Catcher Russell Martin signed a 2-year deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates worth $17 million in total. His base salary will be a $1 million pay raise from his salary with the Yankees in 2012. He made $7.5 million with the Yankees in 12, So he's now going to be making $8.5 million these next 2 years with the Pirates. The Yankees reportedly failed to make an offer in time and will now have to decide if they shall pursue free agent catchers such as A.J. Pierzynski or Mike Napoli. We'll have more on Napoli in a little bit. But the Yankees must now decide if they should find Martin's replacement in-house or fulfill that need via other means, whether it be through trades or free agent signings. The competition for the Yankees catcher job in this spring thus far is set to be between Chris Stewart, who is Martin's backup in 2012, Francisco Cervelli, and 24-year-old prospect Austin Romine. Now, while Martin caught a lot of heat in the season for his very low batting average, he hit .211, his 21 home runs will be pretty difficult to replace, as will his ability to throw out base runners at the rate that he threw them out. From the group of catchers vying for the starting job in the Bronx come spring 2013, each of them has a reputation for good defense behind the plate, but what they can each provide offensively is a major question mark. Austin Romine appears to have the most potential to be at least adequate offensively. His career batting rates in the minors are a .278 average, a .333 on-base percentage, and a .414 slugging percentage. But he lost most of his 2012 season to injury. It was a back injury. So it is unclear if his development was hampered by that and if he will even be the same player that he has been in the minors next year. We're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have some breaking news from transactions that have transpired today. And up next is Beethoven's Andante con moto, performed by the Nuremberg Symphony Orchestra.
Everything you need to celebrate the holidays is happening at the Apollo Theater. The Late Night Apollo Music Cafe is back December 7th and 8th. There's comedy with Sinbad on December 7th, then Chris Tucker December 13th and 14th. And of course, there's music when Sweet Honey and the Rock celebrate the Holy Days on December 20th. Enjoy free fun for the whole family on December 15th when the Coca-Cola Winter Wonderland appears under the world-famous Apollo marquee. There will be free giveaways, choirs, picture taking with Santa Claus, and more. While you're there, purchase your family price tickets for the Amateur Night Holiday Special, featuring the Stars of Tomorrow winners and special guest recording artist OMG Girls. For more details, visit apollotheater.org. Holidays at the Apollo is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Veterans have
Greetings. This is Honey from Harlem 411. Tune in to Harlem 411 Friday nights at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for information on health, education, housing, community events, and more. Harlem 411 serves information to you with the opportunity to call in with your questions. Harlem 411, produced to serve the community's needs. Let us serve you with information. Friday night, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Harlem 411.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
We're back here on Good Sportsmanship here at WHCR 90.3 FM. So we've got some breaking news today. We've got a bunch of interesting developments at the winter meetings in Nashville. For those of you who don't know, the winter meetings are an annual conference among the general managers in Major League Baseball, which is basically a way to try to consolidate most of the winter's transactions that a team is going to make. So, I mean, during an off season, a team is going to have a checklist of things that they're going to need to get done. They're going to have to plug in holes on their roster, and it can be very difficult for general managers to get in contact with one another. They're obviously very busy men. One can be in San Diego, the other can be in Hong Kong. It's very difficult to get them in the same room. So it's very beneficial when they are in close proximity, because the transactions are able to materialize very quickly. You have some blockbusters happen during these kind of conferences. So they just began this week. The first development of the day was that the Tampa Bay Rays signed first baseman James Loney to a one-year contract. It's going to pay $2 million for the 2013 season. Loney spent the 2012 season with the Dodgers in the first half and was traded to Boston as part of that massive salary dump, where Boston sent Josh Beckett, Adrian Gonzalez, Nick Punto, and Carl Crawford to Los Angeles. So the Rays will pay Loney $2 million, and he can make another $1 million in incentives. He's a career .282 hitter with 73 home runs and 459 RBIs. In 2012, he hit .249 with 6 home runs and 41 RBIs. Now, prior to this year, he was known as a first baseman who could hit for a good average, but very, very little power, for about 10 home runs a year. On the plus side, though, he has always been known as being a slick defender. This signing may remind some of the Casey Kochman signing a couple of years ago that the Rays executed. Kochman is basically the same kind of player as Loney. Doesn't hit for a lot of power. He relies mostly on hitting for average and getting on base, but he's also a very, very slick defender. So that's a cheap signing for the Tampa Bay Rays. The San Diego Padres have re-signed veteran starting pitcher Jason Marquis. In 2012, he was 8-11 with a 5.22 ERA in 22 games started. The Toronto Blue Jays claimed Eli Whiteside off of waivers from the New York Yankees. So they were hoping that he would clear waivers so that they could stash him at AAA. Well, that was not the case. It appears as though he will be starting the season in Toronto, or battling for a backup job in spring training. Whiteside has been in the Yankees organization for most of this fall, winter, but he has never played a game as a Yankee. He came to the Yankees as soon as the offseason started. He played 12 games in 2012 with the San Francisco Giants. He got 11 at-bats and 1 hit. The Texas Rangers have signed catcher Giovanni Soto to a 1-year contract, pending a physical. The deal has not officially been announced, but it is expected to be finalized in the next 24 to 48 hours. Now, originally, the Rangers had non-tendered a contract to Soto because they could not reach an agreement before the tender deadline. He was eligible for arbitration after making $4.3 million in 2012. Fortunately, for both sides, they were able to come to an agreement just 2 days later. He'll be eligible to be a free agent after this upcoming season. The Rangers acquired Soto from the Cubs on July 30th so that he could back up their primary catcher, Mike Napoli, behind the plate, while they released Yorvit Torrealba, who has been a major disappointment for them. In 47 games for the Rangers, he hit .196 with 5 home runs and 25 RBIs. He had a .253 on-base percentage and a .338 slugging percentage. Now, this signing does not mean that the Rangers are done looking for catching help. Soto will likely just be a backup, or at least the Rangers would prefer him to be a backup. And speaking of the Rangers catching situation, they were disappointed to find out today that the Boston Red Sox, that is right, the Boston Red Sox, have reached an agreement with catcher/first baseman Mike Napoli on a 3-year, $39 million contract. This signing comes at the beginning of the winter meetings, and this is another example of how sometimes blockbuster deals can just happen very, very quickly. You just need to have the right men in the room. Now, this deal is actually a very, very prudent free agent signing for the Red Sox. Very few people were expecting that they would be willing to spend money this offseason, but looking at the transactions they've made, they signed David Ross to be a backup catcher, very cheap and expensive deal. They signed Johnny Gomes, as stated before, and now they got Mike Napoli on board. So what you're looking at here is a team that does have the resources to compete with big spenders, such as the Yankees, Phillies, Dodgers, but it appears as though their philosophy on which free agents to sign is becoming a little bit more prudent. They're becoming more critical. There was a lot of speculation that Napoli would be seeking a 4, a 5, even a 6-year deal, but they managed to narrow him down to 3 years, which is probably the best way to go about it. And his annual contract is going to be in between $12 and $13 million, which is pretty fair considering his production the last few years. And he was almost the World Series MVP in 2011. This signing is also a perfect fit for the Red Sox's needs and for the defensive limitations or abilities, I should say, of Mike Napoli. Napoli thinks of himself as a primarily a catcher, but it's pretty clear that in the shape he's in, it's best not to utilize him as a catcher for a full year. He can also play first base, and putting him at first base gives his body a bit of a break. With the situation on the Boston Red Sox roster, they currently have Jared Saltalamacchia set to return for 2013. He can also play first base, but he spent the 2012 season as their primary catcher. David Ross, on the other hand, he's just primarily a catcher. He's going to be the backup guy. But what the Red Sox have done very well in this signing is that they gave themselves the flexibility to move Mike Napoli over to first base if they see that his body is being worn down, or they can set up a little bit of a friendly competition between Saltalamacchia and Napoli to see who is a better defensive catcher or who is hitting better. So they can mix and match, and they don't have to be tied down to one specific solution, which is why this is such a good signing. It's a cheap signing, relatively cheap for a free agent such as Mike Napoli. He was widely considered the best catcher in the free agent market, because if you look at the other catchers here, we're talking about guys who were on the wrong side of 35 years old, who probably will not hit anywhere close to 300, and whose defensive. Whose best days defensively are likely in the rearview mirror. So the Red Sox got the best catcher on the free agent market for a really, really agreeable price. In 2012, he hit .227 with 24 home runs and 56 RBIs, which was slightly disappointing, but it's still very valuable production. 24 home runs out of the catcher spot is not something that can be easily replaced. However, the year before, I think that, well, many people will think that that is what really got Mike Napoli the value that earned him this $39 million contract. In 2011, he hit .320 with 30 home runs and 75 RBIs, and had the Texas Rangers held on to win the World Series, he, without a doubt, would have been the World Series MVP. He was basically like Superman. He carried them on his back throughout the whole playoffs, and especially in the World Series. So it's a great signing for the Boston Red Sox, and for Mike Napoli as well. He should benefit greatly from hitting in Fenway Park. There are many analysts and experts saying that both him and Johnny Gomes will probably have the best years of their career in Boston because of the dimensions of Fenway Park, and especially because of the Green Monster. They could shorten up their swing. It'll be easier to collect doubles just from bouncing it off that wall. It'll definitely, it might not make the Red Sox contenders. They might still have issues to sort through, such as their bullpen, their starting rotation, what they need to do about shortstop, and another outfield position. But this will certainly make games interesting. They will not figure to be a doormat, we should say. No one is going to be expecting the Red Sox to be losing 95 games next year. They might not make the playoffs. They might be a 500 team, but they'll be one of those pesky 500 teams. In other news, the New York Yankees have confirmed today that Alex Rodriguez will need a second procedure on his left hip, and he will likely miss the first half of the year. He could be sidelined until May or June. It's difficult to tell because of the nature of these injuries. Rodriguez had surgery on his right hip in 2009, and it cost him the first month of the season. Fortunately, though, when he came back, he gave the Yankee lineup a spark, and many argued that his return to the lineup put them on a path to success that eventually led to the World Series title in 2009. So the exact name of this surgery will be a left hip arthroscopy to repair a torn labrum, bone impingement, and a correction of a cyst. Sounds nasty, but that should be a lesson to young athletes who are considering steroid use. Alex Rodriguez is yet another example of an athlete whose steroid use has come back to haunt him in the later years of his career. We can take a look at guys such as Mark McGwire, Rafael Palmeiro, Barry Bonds. While they had very, very productive years in the middle of their career, even in the latter years of their career, towards the end their body broke down with such consistency and predictability. Muscle tendons tearing. There's always a problem with hips and knees. Like for instance, Mark McGwire had to retire because of a degenerative knee issue. Barry Bonds, he had elbow issues. He had an arthritic knee. This is kind of a deterrent from steroids in itself over the natural long-term process. We're going to go to commercial break, and afterwards you'll be hearing a song from Mod is Yahoo.
If you know the symptoms and get the facts, you'll know the signs of a heart attack. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if it sounds familiar, call 911.
Pain in your neck, chest,
arms or jaw,
shortness of breath.
Please tell us more. Cold sweats and nausea, tiredness.
It's time to take it
serious. Back pain, stomach pain, shortness of breath. Cold sweats, nausea, dizziness. If you know the symptoms and heed the signs, you'll be around for a long, long time. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911.
Learn the song that could save your life. Get a free download at womenshealth.gov/heart attack.
Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911. If any sound familiar, call 911.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
911.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Feel like the world don't love you, they only wanna push you away. Some days people don't see you, you feel like you're in the way. Today you feel as everyone hates, pointing their finger looking at your mistakes. You do good, but they want great. No matter what you give, they still wanna take. You give your love and they throw it back. You give your heart, they go on attack. When there's nothing left for you, only thing that you can do, say today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Fight like a warrior. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Live like a warrior. There's some things you should let go. They're only gonna pull you down. Just like weight from your shoulder, they're only gonna make you drown. We all swing high, we all swing low. We all got secrets people don't know. We all got dreams we can't let go. We wanna be brave, don't be afraid, no. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and do it in a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Fight like a warrior. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and do it in a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Live like a warrior. Your heart is too heavy, some things you carry a long time. Been up, you've been down, tired and you don't know why. But you're never gonna go back. You only live one life. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Fight like a warrior. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Live like a warrior. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Fight like a warrior. Today live like you wanna. Let yesterday burn and go within a fire, in a fire, in a fire. Live like a warrior.
Sunday, the vows that I make, I break them on Monday. The rest of the week, I do as I please. Then comes Sunday morning, I pray on my knees. Dear God, I know I'm not worthy, but I need you so. Please, won't you hurry and help me turn back from the path I have trod? You'll never be sorry, dear God. Each day we read in the paper of the carryings on of some of our neighbors. We're sinning and lying and forgetting the faith. Then we have the nerve to ask Him
We're back here on WHCO 90.3 FM. You just heard Live Like a Warrior by Matisyahu, followed by Dear God by Patsy Cline. Up next is the instrumental to Meat Grinder by Mad Villain.
Start a fire cause it's freezing. I can't believe we went camping in the cold. I'm in the wilderness standing in some snow. A late start, but we can still catch up. You need to wake up, we should eat and then pack up. That's when I noticed your footprints. The snow's fresh and those have been put since. What, you already up, making no rounds? So where you at now, you laid back down? The breeze came and it stalled out the flame while I went to your tent and called out your name. You didn't answer, so I opened up the flap. It's just an empty sleeping bag and your backpack. I'm looking at your tracks and you took a couple laps around the campground and hoofed down the path. I figure you'll return, no concern. I'ma hold put and try to make this cold wood burn. The wind is blowing strong, minutes rolling on. It's going on at least a half an hour you've been gone. It ain't right, start the paranoia. I left the campsite to go and search for you. I read the trail your feet made. Each step was deliberately placed. It looks like you know where it leads, but I see nothing but leafless, frozen trees. About a quarter mile into the course, and another set of tracks appeared next to yours. From the north, it came out of the thick woods, and those footprints belonged to a big wolf. Trying to find service on my cell phone, I felt alright with my knife on my belt though. I hope the wolf is intimidated by you. I wondered if you even knew knew it was behind you, stalking you, maybe watching you, waiting for the opportunity to hop on top of you, salivating, wanna take you to the stomach. In the cartoons you would've turned into a drumstick. And it gets about as bad as it goes, cause I noticed there's a new set of tracks in the snow. I understood, it doesn't look good. Your fan club doubled, now you got another wolf. And the odds are in favor of the home team. Why'd you walk off all alone? Where are you going? It ain't the right time to complain, but it feels like I'm trying to find your remains. Your footprints grew further apart. I knew what that meant, and it was hurting my heart. It means you started to run, so I did the same. Now my breath's looking like a steam engine train. And suddenly your tracks dip off of the path, and so did theirs. So my knife I grabbed into the forest. Expect the worst. Adrenaline burst, disturbed the nerves. 50 yards into the woods and brush. It got so thick that it looked like dusk. The air stood serene, sober, seemed like a good 15 degrees colder. And I'll admit, hell yeah, I felt fear. The sound of my heartbeat was all I could hear. Looking at the snow, it was plain and clear. There was a third set of wolf prints where yours disappeared. I can't process, I don't follow. It'd be easier to believe that you were swallowed, but no sign of death, no sign of struggle, no signs of blood, no signs of trouble. And the wolves never stopped. The tracks kept going and I took off. So I don't know how your story ends, but I know I'll never go into those woods again. It's not that tragic, it's not a shame. You're not the hunted, you're not the aim. You just another dog with hunger pains. I was so afraid that you'd become the game, I forgot to worry about what you became. You're not the hunted, you're not the aim. You just another dog with hunger pains. I was so afraid that you'd become the game. It's not that tragic, it's not a shame. You're not the hunted, you're not the aim. You just another dog with hunger pains. I was so afraid that you'd become the game, I forgot to worry about what you became.
You're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard the instrumental to Meat Grinder by Mad Villain, which was followed by a song called Became from Atmosphere. Up next is Devil's Shoestring by Metal Fingers. You just heard Largo Ma Non Tanto by Johann Sebastian Bach, which was followed by Schubert's Moments Musical by Maria João Perez. That'll do it for us here at Good Sportsmanship. On behalf of WHCR 90.3 FM, I'd like to say thank you for tuning in and have a wonderful evening. I'll be back on the air next Monday at 3 p.m. Thank you and have a wonderful Monday.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Veterans have difficulty transitioning their military skills into civilian jobs. In New York City, an estimated 17,300 veterans are unemployed. Are you a veteran in desperate need of help? Do you want to take advantage of a life-changing opportunity? If so, the 369th Veterans Outreach Program is designed to assist veterans in Harlem and surrounding communities. Veteran services include resume preparation, interview workshops, access to interview attire, and reliable transportation. For more information, call the 369th Veterans Outreach Program at 646-533-9292.
Let's go to church. Let's go to church.
It's Morning Praise with Dalton Anderson. Sunday mornings, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Listen and enjoy the best in contemporary, traditional, quartet, gospel comedy, holy hip-hop, and gospel house music with the man who knows how to wake and bake and shake you right at your gospel beds. It's Morning Praise with Dalton Anderson, Sunday mornings, 8 a.m. on WHCR 90.3 FM. Let's go to church. Come on.
The Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT of New York City, provides assistance in preparing and recovering from emergencies. CERT assists first responders and provides staffing for city shelters in response to disasters and extreme weather conditions. City College is one of the many locations for hurricane evacuation. CERT team members are local and live amongst the community, so they are always there for the people. CERT members will speak to any organization about emergency planning for the elderly, children, and the disabled. They offer workshops in creating go bags, emergency communication, and evacuation plans, and shelter-in-place kits. To learn how to prepare for emergencies, call South Harlem CERT at 917-406-6661.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
All nations. Come on, y'all. We are people of one nation. I want to show you my appreciation. Together we'll build our mother nation. Hey, please pay attention. Stop the discrimination. We are all a creation of one nation. Let's love and wait this great nation. Your concern is your situation. Global peace is the best education. Love all nations. Love all nations. All nations are creation of all generations. From north to south of the pretty nation.
your host for This is Breaking New Ground. You just tuned into. I'm your host, Mercedes. Today, my guest will be Mr. Ricky Young. He's a former boxer, and he's now the radio host of for WACR, and his show is called What's in Your Hand. And we'll get into his struggles and some of the things that he's doing now, and how his struggles has helped him lead to his purpose in life. So let's tune into the next song, and we'll get right with him. This song is by The Alliance. Chris from The Alliance. He's a CCNY student.
Instead of worrying about intelligence and failed attempts, read between the lines, strive for excellence. Wherever you've been and whatever you've been through, don't hang your head, 'cause a new day's coming. I know now more than everything, I make it somehow. So ignore the odds and believe it's true. Wherever you're from and wherever you're going, someone's always gonna wanna shoot you down. Whatever they say and whatever they do, you know that you'll be fine, 'cause they can't break you. No, no. 'Cause they can't break you.
That was great. That was from the New Alliance. That was Chris. He's actually a CCNY student. Came all the way from Tennessee, and he's breaking new grounds. Today, you just tuned into Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes, and my guest is Mr. Ricky Young. And he's a former boxer, and he's still training. He still trains people to box, but he's changed his career to as a radio personality for WHCR 90.3 FM. And we're going to get into his story and find out, why he made this transaction. So, Mr. Young, are you with us today?
Yes. Number 4.
Definitely.
You got me?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, definitely.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Because I'm doing a whole marketing series, right? And I was interviewing my guests on Sunday, and we talked about the different advertisements that really made an imprint on people that they can remember.
Right.
And one of the ones that really stuck was, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" Verizon. They did a good job with that one.
Yes, they did. They made a lot of money off of it.
Yeah. So how could we make Breaking New Ground stick and let the community know that that's an important show and make a whole lot of money with it? How could we do that?
Well, first you got to spread the word. Breaking New Grounds is about people that are breaking new grounds and using their struggles to do so.
But I didn't bring my hammer. Could I use my boxing glove to break new grounds?
Absolutely. So you want to talk first about your boxing? How was that? And
well, I grew up in Harlem.
Okay.
I was born in the South, and I drove to New York City at 11 months old.
I don't believe the hype.
I did.
Oh, you drove to New York City.
Well, I was the passenger in the car.
Okay, that makes sense.
I wasn't behind the wheel. I might have tried it at 11 months old, but so we drove to New York, and I've been in New York ever since. I've been to Georgia. I was born in Savannah, Georgia, and I've been there to visit many, many times. It seems like lately the only time I get to go is to a homegoing service for a family member. I don't get a chance to go as much as I would like. It's a nice town, Savannah, Georgia. It's a very nice town. So that's where I was born. But I grew up in New York, came to New York, Harlem, was raised in Harlem on 125th Street.
Okay.
One of the most famous streets in the whole world, 125th Street. You go anywhere, they say, "I'm from 125th Street." They know it. Any corner of the world. So anyway, right down the street from the Apollo Theater. And growing up, at a point, we always fought. Box, slap box,
right.
Body punching, basket. We did all those things. Played checkers, we played running bases. Played all those games growing up. I'm giving you the whole story.
Well, what got your interest in boxing? When did that become
one of the things I like boxing. Watching Muhammad Ali. He was I thought he was a great champion and a great human being, and he was a great showman.
Right.
And I admired Muhammad Ali, and I liked it from watching him.
I'm beautiful, yes.
And then there were some other boxers that came up, Ray Leonard and Howard Davis, and those guys were very good. And so, I always liked the combat. I liked it, and so I always wanted to do it, and I tried it, and I did very well at it at a young age. I did very well, and then I stopped for a while. But I always had that desire to get back and to do it. And I was just, and then years passed by. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and finally, opportunity opened the door, and I took it.
Right.
And I got back in the gym. I started training, and I didn't know where it was going to go. I didn't have no aspirations of where it was going to go, but it went. I fought in the Golden Gloves. I didn't win the Golden Gloves.
Okay.
Then I got into what they call the Empire State Games, which is like a New York City Olympics. And because I had lost won my first fight in the Golden Gloves.
Right.
Looked like the greatest thing since sliced bread in Madison Square Garden. Then I lost my second fight.
Who was you fighting at for the Golden Glove back then?
Just regular guys that was in my weight class. I don't remember their names.
Just beat them up.
Well, I did. I lost a close decision in the second bout. We went way out there in Ridgewood Grove, somewhere way out there. That's like on the borderline of Brooklyn and Queens, way out there.
Wow.
Lost a close decision. So a few months went by. I'm still in the gym training, boxing. Boxing professionals and that's one of the things they said in my first bout in Madison Square Garden. They said, this guy looks like he's been training with professionals, and I was.
Right.
I was boxing pros.
Right.
If you want to be good, you got to hang with the best.
Right.
And so I was learning from pros, and it became, I got good
Right.
for boxing, good guys. So then,
Do you remember any of those guys that you did box with? That was pretty
in the gym. I remember the guys from the
established.
gym.
Right. That was pretty much established.
Yeah, in the gym, guys that was, fighting, great, good fighters, very good. They knew how to box. They boxed 6-round fighters, 8-round fighters, 10-round fighters, and I was an amateur and I was boxing them, and I was holding my own with a lot of them after I started developing my skill. So then this other tournament came like a few months later, the Empire State Games, and I saw it. I was like, wow, Bob. I told my trainer, my trainer was Bob McQuilla.
Right.
He was a master teacher, like a scientist. As far as I'm concerned, he was a scientist, boxing teacher. So I told him about the I showed him, I said, hey, Bob, I want to get in this tournament. He was like, nah, because they were like too experienced, because they didn't, like in the Golden Gloves, they have like novice and then they have open class.
And what's the difference between that?
Well, novice is like a beginner. You can have less than 10 fights. I only had 2.
Right.
But in this Empire State Games, you might get a guy with 70 fights. There's no limit to him. Just these guys are experienced fighters.
Right.
And I told Bob, I was like, hey, Bob, I want to get in this tournament. He's like, nah. I said, nah, they too experienced. They're, too advanced. I said, nah. I kept begging him. I wanted to get in because I was hungry now.
Right.
I had lost those. I won my first fight, lost the second one. I'm in the gym training, getting better. Months done went by. I just said, I begged. I said, hey, I want to get in. I said, if you let me in, I'll win it.
Right.
He said, okay. You let me in.
Definitely. So, like, what era are you, like, boxing in? Are you boxing, like, the Mike Tyson era?
No.
Or?
Well, actually, we fought on the same card twice.
Okay.
We did fall on the same card twice as a professional. But before I got there, I did get in this tournament, and in New York it's called the Budweiser tournament, and we did it at Roberto Clemente in the Bronx. And I went up there and I had 4 matches. I had 2 knockouts, 2 decisions. I won all 4 bouts.
Wow.
And so I got to go to Syracuse to go for the gold medal against. Now, you boxed against people from different parts of New York: Rochester, Syracuse, Adirondacks, all these Newports, all these different places, different parts of New York that you don't know much about them. I didn't know much about these different parts. We all came together for this, and we representing New York City. And my first bout, I had a bye. For some reason, the guy, I don't know, something happened, and I had 2 bouts.
Right.
And I won the second bout. My first bout that I had up there in Syracuse, I won by knockout. I knocked the guy out in the second round. And the guy, I didn't know it at the time, but he had won the championship 2 years before, so he was a very experienced fighter. He was strong and he was experienced.
Right.
And he came to win, and I knocked him out in the second round. It was a tough match.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you one question. If you had to, like, put your type of fighting in a category, like, who do you think you follow the most as far as style ways? Sugar Ray?
Well, yeah, I always went after because I wasn't like a big bulky guy. I was like a lean guy, so I kind of was more like a boxing style of fighter. I mean, I could punch a little bit. I could get you out of there if I had to, but mostly I was a boxer.
Right.
Move around, stick and move. Nice, kind of classic, slick.
Right.
I say I was kind of slick, had to move. Then Bobby was a slick teacher, so I would say I was a boxer, boxing style. Movement.
Right. But
rhythm.
It didn't follow anybody in particular. Like,
well, I learned from everybody. I learned from, if you were out there, Benitez, Roberto Duran, Ray Leonard, Ali. I watched some more. Hagler. I learned from everybody. Aaron Pryor, all those good fighters during that time. I watched them all, and I learned from everybody. There were guys in my gym that were pretty good. I watched them, and I wound up winning the gold medal. Because what happened, the guy that I was going to fight for the finals was watching my fight when I knocked the guy out. And so when we fought, when the bell rung, he ran. And I had to chase him. But I was smart enough to throw my jab and not just chase him, like run after him and then he was trying to catch me coming in.
Right.
He was trying to out-slick me.
Right.
But I had my jab going, so I'm scoring points with my jab, and then when he tried to do that sneak, I was ready.
Right.
I was ready.
So I got a question about the chase thing in the fight, because I like boxing. I watch. I've even gone to start to watch UFC.
Oh no,
that's a mix of martial
arts.
So, boy! But in boxing, I see that all the time. Like the people chasing. Does that take a lot of energy out of you, or is that like a?
It does, but it's all about your conditioning. You can condition yourself to move and stay away and let your guy chase you and get tired and catch him coming in like he was trying to do to me. Or you could be in condition where you could just chase the guy down, wear him down, get him tired, and then you get your opponent.
So it has a lot to do with endurance.
It definitely, everything to do with endurance. Your training, your conditioning. How are you conditioned?
Right, absolutely. That's good stuff to know, because a lot of people, they're out there chasing their dreams and bringing it back to breaking new grounds. There's a lot of people, they're get winded and they're not in good condition, or you would say have that endurance, and they wear themselves out before they meet their goals. But even in that, they come across obstacles, and these obstacles tend to, it could be their bottom or their struggle. But actually, after you go through that, after you chased and you may have lost, you come right back up, and sometimes you come up a better person with more endurance than before. Can you say that happened for you as well?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I would recommend for anybody that wants to be successful in anything is to get a physical fitness program along with whatever you're trying to do. Fit it in. Doesn't have to be like you're going for the Olympics, but get some type of exercise program into whatever you're doing. And I guarantee you it's going to make a big difference, especially in them days when you get tired and you don't feel like doing it. It gives you that extra energy and that extra stamina that you need to go for that dream that you want, that thing that you're supposed to be doing.
Exactly, that breaking of new grounds. So to everyone that's listening, you just tuned into Breaking New Grounds. I'm the host, Mercedes, and my guest is Ricky Young, and you're listening to WBLS 90.3 FM. We're going to go to a short song. This song is from Global Lovers. I'm really digging their new CD, and they're Global Peace Lovers. They come from way of Virginia. So just check out this new song by them, and we'll be right back with Mr. Ricky Young, and we'll talk about his breaking new grounds and how he turned into a radio personality.
Every morning.
Global Peace Lovers.
Just hold me tight, we will fall in love. 101, that's how long I'm not gonna let you down. Sit by me if you love me. You are not too hot, this is mine. I'm too hot. 101, those dreams of love. There's always the other.
share life is one. Deep inside what fills my heart. Love 101 begins with you and I. Makes the bond strong, my heart becomes as one. Share love, that's what my heart wants. What are you waiting for? Come on to the city of love. Laughing all the way. Tell a wonderful story. Listen to the soothing sounds of waterfall. Light will shine all day. Open your arms and hold me tight. We'll both survive as one. Love 101, that's what my heart wants. That's what my
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Each year, 650,000 individuals are released from jails and prisons across America. There's a 67% chance that they'll be incarcerated again within 3 years. While this is a big problem, there's an even bigger solution: education. Education is the most effective response to crime, and College Initiative works to make college a realistic goal for formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. College Initiative works to help formerly incarcerated individuals to become stabilizing forces in their communities and advocates towards working for a safer New York. For more information, visit www.collegeinitiative.org.
Yes, you're tuned back into Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes. You're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. Anybody want to call in and ask Mr. Young? Ricky Young is my guest. Any questions about boxing as we move forward into his new career? The number is 212-650-6903. Again, I'll give you that number. It's 212-650-6903. So, Mr. Ricky Young.
Mm-hmm.
How did you transaction from what exactly happened in your life to, for one, change your pursuit from boxing, and now here you are as a radio personality for WHCR?
What happened I had got into the realm of personal development. I started studying personal development, which I wish I would have been studying while I was boxing.
Wow, yeah.
Because I wound up having 22 professional bouts. I won 18. Mm-hmm. And I had somewhat of a pretty good consciousness, but it went to a whole nother realm when I really started getting into this industry, the success conscious or the personal development industry. Mm-hmm. And I started studying that like around 1993. Right. And then in 2006, someone had told me about this radio show, this radio station, or this radio show. And I would start listening to the show, and it was they call him Brother Leroy.
Okay.
I call him Professor Leroy. So I started listening to the show on Sundays.
Communicators.
Yeah, I started listening to the show, him and Sin K. And then they had a fundraiser. Mm-hmm. And basically they said, if you come and pay some money, you can produce a show. I said, whoa. I just happen to have some money. So I called up, I said, hey, and Sin K answered the phone, I said, hey, I want to do it. Right. And that's how it started. Right. I didn't know where this thing was going to go. I just thought it was interesting to be able to say, hey, I could produce a show.
Right. So it was something that you basically jumped into. You was in that point of your life, and you were seeking something, or
well, I was looking. I was in the personal development. I was trying to get more into the personal development because I had produced some seminars. I had some speakers come, and I wanted to do a little bit of speaking myself. But I mostly had speakers come and share their knowledge with the community here in Harlem. So I started going into that area. But then when I came into the radio, it was like a perfect fit because the community needed personal development. Maybe not have wanted it, but they needed personal development to improve self-improvement and to develop a success consciousness. There's a lot of people in the community that have that, but even just to take it to another level. And I think that what I bring to the radio, it is needed. It's not enough of that. We need more of that. So I think this program that you're doing is great. It's going to be great for the community as well.
So when you say community, are you just talking about Harlem, or are you talking about all communities can use this?
It starts with Harlem, and then it goes to all communities, and then it goes worldwide to the world community. Okay. This is good for everybody.
Okay. Now we got a clear definition of what community that.
But it starts with Harlem.
It starts with Harlem.
Always starts with Harlem now.
Is there a particular is it particularly some things that you've seen since you've been living in Harlem that you see that, because we're going to talk a bit about what's in your hand. So is there like is there particular things that you're seeing that, in Harlem that make you say, where did the concept, what is in your hand come from? More so like, did you feel that, hey, I see this every day, and I kind of like maybe not complain about it, but I know it's something that needs to be done, and then you just created or caught a vision and said, what's in your hand?
Well, I was watching this program called Like It Is with Gil Noble, and he was doing a documentary on his show about Reverend Dr. Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Wow. And when I watched this documentary, it was great. It was a great documentary. And then at the end, he comes on and does this sermon. What's in your hand? What's in your hand? He does this sermon, and I tell you, powerful. And then, so when I came up here and I was, got involved with the radio, they said I was just doing segments, and they said you have to come up with a name for your segment. And for some reason, and I cannot tell you why, but the first thing that came to my mind was what's in your hand.
Wow.
And they said, oh yeah, we like that. Brother Wiley said, yeah, we like that. What's in your hand? That sounds, yeah, we like that. And that it's been a journey.
So now how do you like transaction that into the things that you're doing now? What's in your hand? Is that like the potential you see in people, the talent, what's in your hand? What you're bringing to the table, or what it is that you're actually trying to get to put on the table?
It's all of that. See, there's certain things that when you were born was put inside of you. Certain talents and certain gifts that's just inside of you. Now, some of those gifts you have to develop. Some of it won't just come easy. Some of it you have to work at, and that's good. But some of it is just in you. Like, it's just certain things you're supposed to bring to the world, and sometimes you have to work for that. But without you bringing that thing that's supposed to come from you, if you don't bring it to the world, it will never get here. They say that one of the most talented places in the world is the cemetery, because so many people take their talents and their gifts with them. They don't bring it back. They don't bring it to the world. What if Dr. King didn't use what was in his hand? What if Adam Clayton Powell wouldn't used what was in his hand? What if Rosa Parks didn't use what was in her hand? What if Oprah Winfrey didn't use what was in her hand? What if Maya Angelou didn't use what was in her hand? We could go on and on and on. Where would we be?
And it's very interesting that you said that. I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just watching on Oprah, and she was actually talking about the new movie with Lincoln, the story of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
And she actually said it, that he just came for that particular reason, to just free slaves, basically, to pass that law, and that's what the movie kind of like projects. So as you were saying that just came to mind, like, what if he had not come to just do that one thing? So now my question to you is, do you feel like this radio, you as a radio personality, is that now your purpose? Or
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That and with the radio, and even taking it further. And I want to take it as far as I can and spread this message. I feel like I'm a continuation of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. It's like he passed the baton to me. Some little guy from the projects named Rick Young. He said, he didn't know it was going to be me, but it just happened to be me. He passed the baton in my hand, so now I got to get that message out to as many people as possible. What's in your hand? And when you hear the speech, it's the most simplest things, we take for granted. Oh, it's no big deal. But that little thing that you take for granted could help millions of people. Could help thousands, millions of people. That one little thing. In the speech, he talks about a string, a pen, a stick. That Moses had a staff. He talks about it. So, don't take for granted about what's in your hand. It doesn't matter where you're at, what you've been through, your experiences. We've had all kind of challenges. We've talking about struggle. We've had all types of struggles. But don't let that stop you. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe you were given that struggle so that you can develop what's in your hand.
Absolutely. I do believe that's true. So if you just tuned into Breaking New Grounds, I'm your host, Miss Sadie. My guest is Ricky Young, and we're talking about some of the things that he's gone through and some of the things that he's doing now. And it's very interesting that, he's talking about the baton that, he feels was passed on to him, and now he's picking it up from Adam Clayton Powell. And we also talked a bit about his boxing and how the endurance of that, and just being in health can take you to the long run, because a lot of people get weary along the way. So he's basically bringing it together with the physical has to be up to par, as well as the mental. And with that, I would like to ask my guest, Mr. Ricky Young, do you feel that you're fighting in another way versus how you were used to fighting? Do you feel like you're fighting more? And how has that transaction been for you, from fighting from the physical to now you're doing a mental fight?
That is an extraordinary question. That's an extraordinary question. That's like that's like a what's in your hand type question. I'll be hitting them with some questions. Sometimes they'd be like, whoa, where'd that come from? That's a what's in your hand type question. That's a powerful question. And then yes, indeed, I am fighting. When I look at it from a fighting standpoint, see, people think of fighting is not always bad. There are some good fights. There's some bad fights. There's every fight is not a good fight. But this what's in your hand fight is a fight.
Right.
And I'm loving this fight, and I'm enjoying this fight, and
it's like picking your battles, so to speak.
Yeah, you have to pick your battles, but this is a fight that I think that's important because it's gonna make a difference in some person's life. Hearing this message, I've had people tell me, yes, it has made a difference. Hearing that message has made a difference in my life. I figured out what's in my hand. I've used it, and I was successful. I've had people tell me that. It's like, okay, there it is. Like, wow.
Definitely. So who do you really feel, not saying that you really target anyone in particular, but who do you really feel should get the message, and why so much that particular type?
Well, this message is really for everybody, really, because everybody's got something. It's like no one that doesn't have something in their hand. You could be physically challenged. You could be all types of challenges. You can have all types of struggles, but you still have something in your hand. I think today's youth need to understand and discover what's in their hand.
Right.
And I think once any person discovers what's in their hand, it's like off to the races then. It's like, oh, let's go. Let's go. Because you once you find out what's in your hand and you start working on it, let's go. Let's make this happen.
Absolutely.
We're off to the races.
Absolutely. And we do need the youth to, pick up fighting in a different aspect as far as, moving from the physical fight to a mental fight where it's not only just constructive, it's productive.
Yeah.
So basically, if there was a message of something that you would want to say to the youth about, what you see in their hands.
Well, let me just say this. Let me just go back to the show for a second. I'm going to come back to that question. I've been blessed to interview some of the most amazing human beings on the planet. Mm-hmm. I mean, just amazing. And it's like every time I come to do the show, matter of fact, I'm on Friday and Sunday from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. early in the morning. I would have never thought, if you told me I was going to do a show early in the morning at that time of morning, I would be like, what? But hey, it's, when you find that thing is your passion, as a matter of fact, there was someone that said, love will make you do right. Mm-hmm. Love will make you do wrong. Mm-hmm. Love will make you get up early in the morning. Mm-hmm. Love will make you stay up late at night. Mm-hmm. It's called Love and Happiness. Mm-hmm. And that's Brother Al Green. Love and happiness. When you find that passion, you will get up early in the morning to do that passion. Mm-hmm. So, as I was saying, I've interviewed some of the most amazing human beings on the planet, and this teaches some very, very powerful life principles, like going to school. Mm-hmm. It's like going to school. I mean, I'm in a 24-hour school because I'm 24 hours thinking about this show and what I do. Always. Everybody I talk to, every book I read now, every video I watch, everything's always about this message of what's in your hand. Now, as far as talking to the youth and a message I would like to get out to them, basically, you are great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. You are great. Mm-hmm. Just look in the mirror. You are great. There's greatness in you. There's power in you. And you just got to develop it.
Absolutely.
And as I heard, you mentioned Oprah Winfrey. I went to see her a few times. She was giving these seminars called "Live Your Best Life" to honor or to kind of pay tribute or to the magazine subscribers to the old magazine. Mm-hmm. And one of the things she said is that you have to honor your calling. Mm-hmm. You have to honor your calling. We all are called. What are you called to do? And then you have to be obedient to your calling. Mm. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That is very
serious. It's serious.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
Because as you mentioned, first let me give a definite shout out to WHCR 90.3 FM for allowing both of us the opportunity. And if you just tuned in, you're listening to Breaking New Grounds, and I'm your host, Mercedes, and my guest today is Ricky Young. And it's interesting. I want to say real fast that it's interesting that you brought up that with Oprah Winfrey, and you have to honor your calling. And I remember an interview that I saw with her and Whitney Houston, and Whitney Houston was basically talking about and bless the family and everyone. They have my condolences. I'm a great fan of Whitney Houston, and I will forever love her. But Whitney Houston was talking about a struggle she was going through, and she was talking to Oprah Winfrey, and she said that she had this gift, the blessing of singing, but there were times when she felt she wasn't worthy. So now you was also just now saying about honoring the gift and listening to the calling. Yeah. And I kind of like see that as far as sometimes some people have a blessing, have a gift, but then they start to feel weary, or they feel like, everyone is expecting such greatness, and they don't want that pressure anymore. What advice would you give someone in that? Because I hear what you're saying. You're saying honor the calling, and you said that Oprah Winfrey actually you take that to heart. So what would you say, because this is basically what we're talking about here. Sometimes we do have a gift and a blessing, but sometimes we start to go another route.
That's another great question. I think you have to take a step back, and I think it's also important that the people that you have around you, if you got high quality people around you, that helps. But in her case, it's all about money, and you got these people that's grabbing and reaching. Same thing with Michael Jackson. That's a tough situation. If you could have a place that you could go to and reach down and tap into your spirit, your spirituality. If you need a place that you can go to get that, and go there as much as you need. Go to the well and get that, to tap into that spirituality, that spiritual place. You have to go deep within yourself, or find that place, or find that thing that you could use to pull you out. I mean, it's work. It's work. It takes practice. Like throwing a proper jab, or making a proper hook, or combination. It takes practice and repetition and repetition and repetition, and you get better at it. But you have to go to that place, that very special spiritual place deep within yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way. That's the only way. 'Cause you got people in your ear telling you this and telling you that, and it sounds good. And they're telling you all these things, and it get you off a track. My aunt said something to me one time. I have an aunt down in Savannah, Georgia. And what she said to me is so profound, because I was telling her a story about my uncle, and she says, don't let nobody take you off your purpose. Don't let nobody take you off your purpose. I was like, wow, that's pretty deep.
Yes, it is definitely deep. And I just got the name for exactly the example that I was giving you, and I realized like a lot of our even our profoundest leaders have had it, and it's despair. And Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, everyone has this one moment where it's despair. It's just like you in the boxing ring and you're fighting and you're giving your all, and you hit him with your good left and your good right, and then your hands they get tired of standing up. So you start to drop your guard because you're giving it your all. So I've seen it in fights where the hand involuntarily start to fall. It's like I've given my all, but my hands won't stand up, or I can't climb this mountain because I'm just out of it. That. So what in those cases, what make fighters? Because I've also seen this, in those cases where involuntarily, where their body is failing them, they come back winners, swinging harder. And they're down, and then they come back, boom, 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 and they taking this person out. So where does that come from? What are you tapping into right there?
Well, that's two things. Again, it goes back to the big C, which is conditioning. Your conditioning, very, very important. But then it comes down to that heart. That heart. You ever heard people say, he or she has the heart of a champion?
Right.
That's what it is, that heart. That's that thing deep down inside of yourself that you reach down. Bobby used to tell me, go deep. He had a name for it. He said, get butter from the duck.
Butter from the duck.
Get butter from the duck.
What is that?
I don't know. That's what Bobby used to say. That's what you'll get, butter from the duck. But basically, that's reaching down deep within yourself and pulling it up. When you think you can't go no more, you think you can't take another step, you think you can't take another punch, you think you can't, move another muscle, and you do. You just keep moving.
Right. Just in that little moment when you're about to say, I'm giving up. He's got me. I'm against the rope. All I can do is block, and my block is not going to stay up too long because my arms is involuntarily working with me. So in that moment, you just say, you know what, I refuse, right? Basically, that's what you're saying.
I refuse to quit.
Right. I refuse to quit. I refuse to give up.
I am a winner. I am a champion. I'm going to move forward.
And you have to practice that.
Yeah, you have to have a mindset of a champion. Because as you get the victories, you start to get confidence. And your confidence builds up, and your confidence builds up. And that's very important, too. Are you confident? And, you know, that takes work. You know, like Bobby McQuilla would tell me to do a move, and I wouldn't do it. Because I would like say, well, if I do this, then he's going to do that. So I wouldn't do it. So he's watching me. He's on the ringside. He's watching me. So then he would tell me, just do it. Try. He said, you don't know if it's going to work unless you try it. You don't know if it's going to work unless you try it. And then I would try it, and guess what? It would work. So, I tried again, and it worked again. I keep trying to keep working. Now, I'm not saying it will work every time, but as you get confidence, then you get better at doing it. That thing, you get better at doing it. And the more you practice it, the more better you get, the more proficient you get at it. That's developing the mindset of a champion.
Absolutely. And I love just, you know, the last piece that you said is that, you know, you don't know until you try. And I think that was very, very deep what you said, because a lot of people won't even try. Like, you know, even you wouldn't try, but then there comes a time where there's nothing to do but to try it. Then when you try it and it works, wow, you know, now you're open to change. And so you're not so much of, you know, holding back from you know, being conditioned in one way. You're opening up a door where you're willing to try other things, because once you gave into trying, you know, a miraculous thing happened. So if you're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM, and this is the show Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes, and today my guest is Mr. Ricky Young, and we are talking about some great things, and we're going to give the station ID real quick and come back to you after this song.
3 FM, New York.
Fans are cheering, superstar is posing for the front page of Superstar magazine. Hey yo, poor man plays the guitar to entertain. For pocket change.
Never knew that the people are nice and happy. Life in the city so pretty. Oh yes, technology is first class. Oh my,
phones are ringing, loved ones are calling. Now I wanna be on the VIP list to meet their needs. A place to wine and have hot coffee. The shops are so bright, surprise, full of all brand names. Unique and fine art, lots of love from the set. To please your eyes, a smile upon your face. Life in the city can be so full of lights and colors everywhere. Life in the city can be so
oh yeah, yeah.
Life in the city can be so
many people, colors everywhere.
Life in the city can be so Citizens today cause of global peace. Lovers in beautiful water fountains. Love lighting up the day naturally. All dreams you desire and a heartbeat away. Hey, hey, oh, day and night, celebration everywhere.
Taking cover for life, for miles and miles to see. Looking for romance,
boys and girls falling in love.
Fashion everywhere. Hey, I put your money
Yes, that was global peace lovers. I'm loving them. They're doing their thing. And if you just tuned back in, you're listening to Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes, and my guest today is Ricky Young. And we were talking about some deep topics about just trying, and just a series of different things that could just change your life for the betterment.
But very important thing that we need to share.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important for people out there that's listening to support this show.
Mm-hmm.
Send in, contributions to this show, Breaking New Ground. Very important. Very, very important to keep the show going, because the show's only going to get better. I can see that it's going to be a great show. I can see you having great guests in the future, something like my show. Send in contributions for my show, What's in Your Hand. Very important that we keep What's in Your Hand on the air. Keep it going. We can't let that. It's very important. We have to keep it going. So send contributions to What's in Your Hand. Send contributions to Breaking New Ground. Very, very important.
And definitely any of the other shows that you listen to here at WHCR.
Right. and the power's in your hands.
Absolutely. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
It's like knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, it's like one vote. Your vote counts.
Absolutely.
Your vote counts. Well, send in your contribution. Say, hey, I appreciate this show. Support the show. This is a community radio station. This is your radio station. This is yours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I like my show, because it's What's in Your Hand.
Mm-hmm.
What's in your hand. The show's about you.
Absolutely. And
for the people, by the people, about the people.
Okay, now you sound like FUBU. Remember that came out? It was like for us, by us. But just before we wrap everything up, Ricky, I would like to just give you the opportunity to, address the people and, say any special thanks to anybody and give out any information that, could be helpful to anybody in the community.
If you want to send me an email, my email address is boxing, the word boxing, and it's spelled just the way it's supposed to be spelled, boxing. I see people be spelling things all kind of ways now. But it's boxing, BOXING. The number 4. Boxing for Success. SUCCESS. Boxing for Success at gmail.com. Send me an email. Let me know you heard the show. Let me know you heard Mercedes' show.
Mm-hmm.
She's Mercedes. I'm ready to go get me a BMW now or Rolls Royce or something like that.
My name is actually spelled totally different from how it's I've allowed people to pronounce it, but in any event, it's MERSADEZ.
See?
If anybody really wanted
there?
to know. But yeah, so also are you training? Are you training anybody?
I do teach classes. Mm-hmm. I want to get something going in the community. We don't have anything going in the community right now, but I'm working on it. I'm down in Midtown. I'm teaching classes down there, but I want to get something, because I think that's another gift that I have,
mm-hmm.
another talent that I have that I want to bring to the community as well, and the community needs that. But let me just say this, as we come to an end, because this went by really quick.
Absolutely.
And I learned this from my friend Willie Jolly. Willie Jolly wrote a book called "It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life,"
mm-hmm.
and then he wrote a book called "A Setback is a Setup for a Comeback." And then he wrote a book called Turning Setbacks into Greenbacks. And his last book was called The Attitude of Excellence. Well, I learned from Willie Jolly. He got this poem from Benjamin E. Mays, who was Dr. King's mentor.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes like this. He says, I only have a minute, 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but an eternity's in it. So WHCR listeners, use your minutes wisely.
Absolutely. I love that. And we're closing out now. Thanks for listening to Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes, and I will see you next Monday from 4 to 5. Peace.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
If you or someone you know is receiving federal benefits from Social Security, Veterans Affairs, Railroad Retirement Board, Office of Personnel Management, or the Department of Labor, this message is for you. The Treasury Department is phasing out paper check payments and requiring federal benefit recipients to get their money electronically. You can choose to get your payments by direct deposit to a bank, credit union, or to a Direct Express debit MasterCard account. The deadline to switch is March 1st, 2013. If you do not choose a bank or credit union for your direct deposit, your funds will automatically go onto a Direct Express debit MasterCard. If you are already receiving your federal benefit payments by direct deposit, this change will not affect you. For more information, contact your local Social Security Administration office or call 1-800-333-1795. That's 1-800-333-1795.
If you know the symptoms and get the facts, you'll know the signs of a heart attack. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if it sounds familiar, call 911.
Pain in your neck, chest,
arms or jaw,
shortness of breath.
Please tell us more. Cold sweats and nausea, tiredness.
It's time to take it
serious. Back pain, stomach pain, shortness of breath. Cold sweats, nausea, dizziness. If you know the symptoms and heed the signs, you'll be around for a long, long time. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911.
Learn a song that can save your life. Get a free download at womenshealth.gov/heart attack.
Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911. If any sound familiar, call 911.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
911.
Can you imagine waking up to a phone call telling you that your child was killed? How about seeing your little cousin lying in the street with a gunshot wound? Or reading in a daily paper that the star basketball player in your school was shot and killed? When young children and teenagers die without getting the chance to experience life, it not only affects parents, it affects us all. Violence in the city of New York has been on the rise for too long because our youth lack opportunities. Kids hanging on the street corners in Harlem need alternatives, like job trainings. So help become a solution. Join Street Corner Resources. Street Corner Resources is at the forefront in helping to eliminate gun and gang violence. They also provide education, employment training, and other resources to the community. For more information on how you can join or support Street Corner Resources, visit streetcornerresources.org. Don't allow children to fail. Allow them to choose.
Each year, 650,000 individuals are released from jails and prisons across America. There's a 67% chance that they'll be incarcerated again within 3 years. While this is a big problem, there's an even bigger solution: education. Education is the most effective response to crime, and College Initiative works to make college a realistic goal for formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. College Initiative works to help formerly incarcerated individuals to become stabilizing forces in their communities and advocates towards working for a safer New York. For more information, visit www.collegeinitiative.org.
Get ready for sports at the half. 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 Hey, yo, we live in Harlem, Monday, right? Fans get ready like boxing fights. It don't get better than sports at the half. Co-host Chi as part of the staff. 5 through 6, 90.3. Then the show files out, so we head to the free. From Tiger to LeBron, it's the best sports show. On in the summer to the winter snow. Go hit pass with Reggie Bush. I look for runs that push. Who going on top?
Lil Manny or Alex Rodriguez, but come hear it all with Miguel Martinez. Get ready for sports at the half. Get ready for sports at the half. Get ready for sports at the half. Get ready for sports at the half.
Robert Griffin's quarterback passer rating of 104.6 through 11 games is the fourth best in the league and behind some pretty big names. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning. Said Redskins safety D'Angelo Hall about their rookie QB. He's the real deal and he's been all about team from the very first day. But Red...
Okay, because I'm not sure. What? Oh, say word. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Sports at the Half. I'm your host, Chi-Chi Anunkor, and I'm sorry. Sometimes it's the beginning of the show. Sometimes it's the middle of the show. Sometimes it's the end of the show. But a lot of times I have some weird things happen to me in here. When I get in the station. I love it, though. I love every minute of it. And I like being able to laugh back here and also laugh with you guys as well. I don't know what song this was. Please do me a favor, don't release your inhibitions. I don't know what that was about. I didn't even put this on here. I don't know where this came from. Can I hit delete? Is that how? Oh, great. It worked. Okay, now see this? This is how we rock. You got it going on. You did round. Okay, see, yeah, this I can do. Anyway, right, so today is December 3rd, 2012. We are I think we have about a quarter of the NFL season left. And that's actually where we're going to start. The Knicks are playing well. The Nets are actually playing well as well. Oh, weird. But there's so much football news. And I've actually joined a pool. And the first week, the phone's ringing. Okay, all right, what's happening? Okay, press the button. Right, press the button. Oh, if you guys are interested in calling up, the number is 212-650-6903. Again, that's 212-650-6903. Good evening, Valer. Oh, that's not it. WHCR 90.3 FM. How can I help you?
How you doing, Chi-Chi?
I'm good. Who's this?
This is Herb.
Oh, hey, Herb. Oh, Herb.
Yes.
Long time no speak. How have you been?
I've been, but I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Well, I've been all right, but you sound kind of sad, Herb. Why, are you a Jets fan, or?
No, I'm good. I didn't know how you got with the football coverage. The big game tonight with the Giants and the Redskins.
I haven't even started there, but if you want, we can actually. Is that what you want to talk about first? We can start there if you'd like. I don't mind.
Sure.
All right, so let's talk about the Giants, the 7-4 Giants playing the 5-6 Redskins. It's the two-time Super Bowl MVP and champion versus the phenom rookie phenom and Robert Griffin III.
That's right.
The Giants won the first game, the first time they played earlier this season.
That's right, 27-23, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, and so this evening, I'm just thinking, too, that RG3 has really had a lot more time, and the Giants have a tendency to play down the competition. But I know how much reverence they had for RG3 when they played him the first time. So I don't see them letting him get away with or try to do some of the things that he's really good at. What do you think?
I think that they were a little surprised because they hadn't really seen him before. But I'm thinking now that they had a chance to actually get to see him, then they'll be better prepared for him when they go playing down at FedEx Field. So I think it'll be a great atmosphere. the defending Super Bowl champions coming down, playing the division rival. I mean, I've done a number of Giants Redskins games, so always really intense, especially when you're in your own division.
Right, especially even looking at last night's game between Dallas and Philly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that game I didn't even think I was going to watch it, but it ended up being quite the game. But I kind of expect the same thing, especially in this NFC East. Not even just your own division. I think the NFC East has some of like the hardest, maybe not the hardest hitting teams, but just a lot of teams that I think the rivalry is so deep with us in the NFC East that anytime you play, I mean, think about the Giants. Anytime you play the Washington Redskins, you want to win. Anytime you play the Dallas Cowboys, you want them to die. And anytime you play the Philadelphia Eagles, you want them to disappear. So, I mean, that's just, I think especially in the NFC East, that's really when teams kind of beat themselves up or beat each other up.
Oh, yeah.
So I see that happening tonight. Game starts at 8:30. I'm so excited. Hey, Herb, are you coming to pick me up after the show so we can drive to Washington and go to see this game? Or is that...
Ooh, the traffic, shoot, I've been to down.
You know what? No, now you're talking about traffic. Forget it. No.
We will be good until we get to the Beltway. Once we get to the Beltway, it's a wrap.
I don't mind if we don't get there till halftime. I didn't say that.
You know what?
Yeah, exactly.
How's Miss Annie doing?
She's good. I think she's on her way in. I know she got caught up in a bit of traffic, but she's on her way in. So she's all set. But let's talk a little bit. Okay, this Giants team tonight. I know the Redskins are not the best against the pass. So I see Eli Manning maybe having a big game, but his history against the Washington Redskins isn't necessarily as great as we would think.
It's funny because...
He's thrown a lot of interceptions, very few touchdowns.
Yeah, but you know what it is? The Redskins, being that they swept the Giants last year, obviously they knowing each other so well, the division rivals, it's not a game to be taken for granted.
At all.
And especially the Giants need this game, especially when the 49ers losing yesterday.
Yeah.
That really helps them within the conference because you figure the Falcons are still like the class of the NFC right now. They have the best record should the playoffs start now. But you figure that the Giants they kind of sneaking up like they did last season, making that playoff push.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but I actually do have the Giants winning this game. I usually see them playing down to competition, which is usually the knock on that team. But Washington, even though the record is under 500 at 5-6, I don't think the Giants see them as one of those teams that you can just sort of run over. Even if you remember the first game they played earlier in the season, OCU, Manura, Justin Tuck, they were all talking about how this is one of the best quarterbacks they've ever seen. And one of the hardest ones they've played so far. So I know they have a lot of respect for him, especially considering the fact that he is a rookie. But I think they can actually put some pressure on him today. If they play the way they played last week, they can do it. If they play the way they played the past, 2, 3, 4 weeks before that, then we may have a problem. But I think they have enough respect for him and his talent to know that they should actually step up to the plate in this game.
I think the bye really helped him because they helped him.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to hold you up anymore. I just wanted to call and say hello.
Oh, thanks, Herb.
Yeah, no doubt. No worries.
I haven't seen you in a while. Are you going to be the Grime tomorrow night?
Oh, that's right, for the Jimmy V Classic.
Yes, Jimmy V Classic is tomorrow night. You going to be there?
Should be. Yeah, I should be. I should be there.
Okay, me and Annie. I think Annie's going to be there, but I know for sure I'll be there tomorrow night, watching some men's college basketball at Madison Square Garden. So that'll be fun.
All right.
Have you been covering the Knicks and the Nets so far? I know this is like some stuff people don't need to hear.
I got touch base with Daryl, so I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I think I start covering the Knicks maybe this weekend, the Nets the next weekend, something like that. But I haven't really had the chance. Just tired from work and thinking about the commute because I live really far and I don't drive, so I have to take the train. But I think I'm going to start. Actually, I've already put in my request. I'm just waiting to hear back, and hopefully I'll be in the building hopefully soon to watch the Knicks, who are actually undefeated at home. Mm-hmm. What are they, 8-0 or 7-0?
I think 7-0.
7-0 at home, and the Nets, who are actually playing well. But I just want to go to the center. I haven't seen it yet.
Me neither.
I haven't been there yet. I want to go. So we'll see. But Herb, it was great to hear from you, man. I'm glad you called in. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night. We can chat.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Herb.
Okay.
Bye. All right. Oh, shout out to my homie Herb, who just called in. Not Herb. Sorry. Anyway, if you guys are also interested in joining the conversation, the contact number is 212-650-6903. Again, that's 212-650-6903. So we'll get back to some... Actually, you know what? Before we move on to the basketball... I'm sorry, to more football, let me just talk about what I was talking to Herb about, the Jimmy V Classic. I'm sure you guys know all about... Oh, maybe I should have pulled up that video. Maybe I'll do it after. Okay, Jimmy V Classic, Jimmy Valvano, one of the best coaches we've seen in the NCAA. And he had cancer, and he won the award, and he had that famous speech. And my favorite part of the speech, when the guy was telling him to wrap it up, and he was like, I got my body's riddled with cancer. This guy's telling me to wrap it up. Like, come on, dude. You know, it's like one of those. But one of the most, I think, historic, most classic speeches in sports. And every year we try and cover the Jimmy V Classic. And I think I've done the Jimmy V Classic since, I want to say 2008. Like as press, I think I've done it since like 2008, maybe. No, it's probably before that, maybe 2007. But it's Texas versus Georgetown. This is tomorrow night, actually, Tuesday, December the 4th. It's Texas versus Georgetown at 7 p.m. And then NC State versus UConn, which it says 9 p.m., but we all know that's not till 9:30. So someone will have a late night tomorrow night. But we'll have some fun covering the Jimmy V Classic. Annie just stepped in the house. Annie's in the Annie's in the building. But we were just talking. Actually, Herb was just on the phone with us. We were talking about the Giants playing the Redskins tonight. You need a break, or
I'll be going to see that tonight. Actually,
you're leaving?
No, tonight 8:30.
Oh, I thought you were. No, you know what, Annie? No, because she said I will be going to see that tonight.
What? Oh wait. Oh.
I thought you meant you were about to leave out of here and take some sort of a helicopter, it's a jet of some sort, and get over there. But no, that's great. I'm glad you're here, boo. Welcome.
Thank you.
And so tonight we have the Giants versus the Washington Redskins. The Giants won that first game, but of course, even all the defensive players on the Giants team were talking about how great RG3 is. So I see them. I
possibly winning, but
who?
It might be
the Redskins.
The Giants.
The Giants, yeah.
It could be a close game. The way that the Redskins have been playing their defense, offense.
I could see it. No, okay. No, I could actually see the Giants pulling out this win because sometimes one of the main knocks on the Giants is that sometimes they play down in competition, and even though the Washington Redskins don't have necessarily the best what's the record at 5-6. They're still actually a pretty good team, and then, like I said earlier, OCU when you were at Justin Tuck, we're talking about how when they saw him play, he was one of the toughest quarterbacks they've seen, and they're really excited about him. And
they call him Sir. They call him Sir.
Sir, right?
Sir, what's his name?
Robert Griffin III. Yeah. So I see them tonight, sort of going into Washington, being excited to play against a guy who has so much upside and potential and talent, but also wanting to shut him down. I hope that's part of it. I'm saying this directly to my New York Giants. I hope that's part of it.
Some sacks and some good stuff.
I don't want him scrambling. I don't want him to have time. Mm-hmm. None of that. We can't have any of that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. I actually can't wait to watch this game. And
where will you be watching the game?
I was just gonna go to my basement and watch it. So.
Maybe you can come with me and watch the game.
Where are you going? Oh, is it a secret?
Somewhere exciting.
She ain't telling me that until
exciting people.
She ain't telling me that until I got dressed today.
Oh, sorry.
You know what, Annie? Just forget it. But let's talk about some of the other scores that we had from this weekend, because we definitely want to get into some basketball a little bit later. But of course, tonight we have the Giants and the Redskins, an awesome Monday night football game. Even though the past couple of Monday night football games have been whack, this one should actually be pretty good. We had the let's talk about the Jets, since we're here in this area. Let's talk about the Jets winning
Mark
this.
Sanchez being benched for the first time.
This game was riveting. This game was riveting. I was so excited to watch it, and so was everyone else.
Had to get that.
Lies. No, I got you. Lies. Nobody was excited.
Had to get that laugh in there.
No, the evil laugh, because
shout out to, I guess, Greg McElroy. He rallied the Jets to a 7-6 win over the Cardinals, even though that doesn't seem like much. I guess getting green slim to none. Slim playoff hopes. Maybe it's alive. Maybe it's still alive. No.
You know why I say that? The only reason why I say that is because, Mark Sanchez, of course, started the game. The final score, if you guys don't know, Jets 7, Cardinals 6.
Horrible.
Awful. And the Jets didn't score until the fourth quarter.
And Sanchez, he looked lost.
He always looks lost.
I mean, well, that's nothing new. That's something we should expect. I mean, well, we shouldn't have to expect that. We shouldn't have to tolerate that. But, Sanchez, he really... Rex Ryan became frustrated. Wouldn't you become frustrated, Chi-Chi? After a while, you just see in your star quarterback, your franchise quarterback, just looking lost on the first 10 drives of the game. You can't continue to support this inconsistent play. It's just not acceptable.
Can we talk about how he started the game with an interception? And can we talk about how he threw 3 interceptions in the first
10 for 21, 97 yards, not even over 100 yards. Well, 3 more yards, he would have got to 100.
Well, he had to get... Finally, he got benched.
He has to get benched. So, 97, 10 for 21, 3 interceptions, and a 21.4 passer rating. It's like, how much more can we take? People who are Jets fans, how much more can you guys take? I love the Jets too, but Giants are Chi-Chi and I's first team. Yeah. But you see Sanchez on the first 10 drives looking confused. It's like for example, it's like you take a player out of college from a Saturday game and you just go into an NFL game on Sunday.
Well, that seemed to be the Arizona Cardinals quarterback because, frankly, I'll be very honest with you, watching the game, Ryan Lindley. Yeah. I didn't even know who he, and maybe I should, but the past, I haven't been as invested in college football. I shouldn't even say this.
But even his passer rating was higher than Mark Sanchez. His passer rating was at 28.0, and Mark Sanchez was 21.4.
And I think that's the only reason why Rex Ryan was willing to finally actually pull the trigger is because this entire season we've been talking about, even since last season, there's no quarterback behind Mark Sanchez to push him. So they bring in Tim Tebow. You bring in Tim Tebow, but you don't actually use him as a quarterback, so now we don't trust you. And all Rex Ryan can say is not that Mark Sanchez is a great quarterback, but that Mark Sanchez gives us the best chance to win. The Jets have been losing, so that is not true.
If that gives you the best chance to win, what gives you the best chance to lose?
Exactly, and that was the issue that a lot of people had. Then why don't you just put in a guy like Tim Tebow and see if he can make something happen? Finally, they actually benchmarked Sanchez and brought in the backup, but the backup wasn't Tebow because his ribs are broken. The backup was actually their third string Greg McElroy, and he didn't necessarily blow up the spot. He didn't do the most,
he just had
but he was efficient.
Yeah, he had a 69-yard touchdown drive in his first, and that's
in the first series.
Because remember, last year he sat out the whole season. He was out for the whole season.
Injury, yeah.
Of his toe or thumb or something like that. I'm not sure what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But Sanchez was like he didn't expect it, but it doesn't matter. It's the coach's call.
whatever. He knows this has been coming long time,
and then
long
Ryan
time.
got a little feisty. Rex Ryan was like, "I'll let you guys know who's going to be quarterback when
No.
I'm ready to."
No, he wasn't even feisty. The thing about that too is that
it's a
I don't know.
feisty comment, but yeah.
It's the way that Rex Ryan has been talking the past 2 seasons, I would say.
Yeah.
That when he first started, he was like, "Yo, listen, this is the way it's gonna be." Blah blah blah. Now he's like, "Well, we'll just see if things occur and stuff happens." It's like you don't
He's
even
so monotone now.
Yeah, he's so monotone. He's repeating the same phrase. If I hear Rex Ryan say one more time, "gives us the best chance to win," that's not even. I mean, how many times can you say that without throwing Mark Sanchez under the bus, saying you never really wanted Tim Tebow, and just want to see if Greg McElroy can complete a couple of passes and not throw 3 interceptions
Which was
in the first half?
Which was a moment he said he waited for his whole entire life. That's
Of course
the
he
moment
did.
dreamed for. He went 5 for 7 for 29 yards and 118.5 rating. Well, this is technically his first games, though. Hey.
I mean, I'm not even against McElroy, because where did he go to? Where did he go to college? Texas, I want to say, or did I make that up?
That is a good question. I couldn't even tell you that.
Because I did Alabama. But he was actually not so bad in college, but sitting behind a guy, and the thing about Rex Ryan though is that I'll give him this, that he's loyal, but maybe loyal to a fault, because he kept Mark Sanchez as their starting quarterback when you have a guy like Tim Tebow who can potentially make plays. He might not be the best practice quarterback, but he can make plays for you. And
it's like, when is enough enough? Yes, he can.
Apparently, 3 interceptions in the first half. Rex Ryan was like, "Oh, chill."
When do you have enough? And it's like, okay, I understand you want to be this coach. That's not like the rest of the coaches. At least like not a Shanahan. If your quarterback makes one big mistake, you throw him out and you sit him out. But it's just like, when is enough enough? Like if you really want to get to the playoffs so bad as Rex Ryan says, are you going to still continue to do the same thing? Like they say, if you do the same thing over and over and over and get the same results, it's called insanity or something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
The same thing over and over again, expecting different results. It's insanity.
It's like,
And Mark Sanchez, I'll say this about him, because I feel like people sort of lumped it. I feel like I say this every week, but I feel like people always lumped the first 2 AFC championship games into Mark Sanchez led you to 2 Mark Sanchez has won 2 AFC championship games. Yeah, he won them, but he came into a different defense. He came into a different offense. Half those people are gone. 3/4 of those players are gone. So no, he doesn't have the same team. All he had to be at that time was a game manager. Can we remember this? I seriously want people to remember this, because they make it seem like Mark Sanchez was Tom Brady and then fell off. No, he was always Mark Sanchez. He just didn't have to work as hard.
Players that were
and he had
around
better
him.
players around him.
Yeah, it's about the team and who you have around you and the key players that can help you make those key plays, or even your football IQ.
And I think his football IQ is not as high as people would like to believe.
Not like a Peyton IQ.
It doesn't even have to be a Peyton, because I think Peyton has a higher IQ than Eli. But think about what Eli Manning does. Players getting hurt on that wide receiving core, tight ends, all the time. And what does he do? He makes a star out of whoever has to come up next. Whoever is up next is going to catch the ball.
I'm going to catch that
Mark
ball.
Sanchez is still has terrible reads, awful decisions, bad throws, and this is 4 years in, and I know Eli wasn't necessarily, the best at that time either,
yeah.
but you're expecting him to at least try a little bit more and get a little bit better, and the Jets haven't seen that.
Because Mark Sanchez sometimes just seems like, it's not to say that he seems cocky, but it just seems like he's like, okay, well, I didn't have a good game like last week, so you know what, I'm just gonna okay. I'm not gonna take it too hard. Like, Eli's the type of person, he has a bad game and he takes it, like he internalizes it. Mark Sanchez seems like the type of person that's like, okay, I had a bad game. Oh well, I'll try better next week. But it's like he doesn't take the necessary preparations to make his game better. It's just like he's like, okay, whatever. He seems so nonchalant about his game. Whereas Eli, as a quarterback, is like, okay, well, I didn't do good. You know what? I'm going to try it better.
Or maybe he's just not that good. Because if you remember when he got, well, I don't want to say it like that, but remember when he got drafted, who's the head coach? Pete Carroll at USC was one of those people
who said Mark Sanchez wasn't ready.
Said he wasn't ready and said he should have stayed in college. And everyone was like, oh, nah, he just hating.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of things that your coach can see because he's with you technically every day, all the time. And he's going to see things in you, your, I guess, mental readiness in everything, not just for the game, but for the sport, for everything around that surrounds it. And he'll know, personally. Us on the outside looking in, we'd be like, oh no, he's a great quarterback. He's
only played like 10 games, but no, he's totally awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
We have no idea. And I'm not saying Mark Sanchez won't thrive on another team. I'm not even saying he won't thrive on this Jets team. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying they didn't give him the offensive weapons that he started with, that he really sort of relied on.
They took it away from him.
He relied on a lot of those offensive weapons. The running game, the passing. Imagine if you had Plaxico Burress on your team.
Steelers.
And then they give you Jeremy Curley. And I'm not saying Jeremy Curley's bad. I don't even want to make it seem like that.
No, he's good.
But
we've
shifted.
To be better. But
we've definitely down, and not even in a bad way. I'll even call him an A to a B. Or an A to a C, whatever. But he's definitely downgraded on that offensive line,
definitely,
the running backs, the wide receivers, and the defense. So there's only so much you can expect him to do, and I think that's part of the reason why Rex Ryan was so upset and so ready to hold on to Mark Sanchez no matter what, because he knew that it's not the same team he walked in with, but he still had faith in him and didn't want to pull him out for a guy. I don't want to call Tim Tebow a gimmick because he's not. But for a guy who, just sort of garners a lot of attention, even though he's not even doing anything.
Because he's God's quarterback, Chi-Chi.
Oh, I thought you said a black quarterback. Oh. I was like, Tim Tebow's black. He might be. Hey, Tim. Anyway, it's about halftime. So we've talked about the Giants. We've talked about the Jets. And we'll come back with a couple more football scores, and then we'll switch over to basketball. Do you guys know that Knicks are undefeated at home? We'll talk about that as well.
But can you believe that the Nets are a little higher than the Knicks on the rankings? I take that personal.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
It's New York at the end of the day.
It's New York at the end of the day, and it's still early enough in the season where anything can happen.
Yeah.
Do people still do this? I think we should stop doing this. There's a camera. Oh, wait, which one?
Yeah, that one where you're like, Friday night, just got paid. Woo!
Oh, okay. All right. So, anyway, it's halftime, like I said. All right, so we'll take a little break, and we'll be back with you guys. And oh no, we look crazy. I look like I'm having a stroke. It's fine. It's fine though. If you guys are, shout out to everyone who's listening on WHCR 90.3 FM,
you look so cool.
The official voice of Harlem, and shout out to everybody who's watching online and just saw us dance.
You only get this 2 females talking sports at the half on WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem. Where else can you get this treat? Chi-Chi, raise the roof.
Nowhere else.
What's this called? Whatever it is,
the Cabbage Patch.
So when we come back,
this one I don't know what it's called.
Talk to us. Don't change the station.
Don't change the station. I have some great information for you about
call us. Talk to us 212-650-6903.
But don't call right now because we have to go on a break. So call in like 2 minutes or something. All right. Oh, Sports of the Half every Monday, 5 p.m. We have a good time, Annie.
I love you.
Love you, Scuba. Oh! I'm not crying.
Okay.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Man Up in Harlem is a by men for men ministry that focuses on creating positive changes in the Harlem community through prayer and community service. The group hosts a men's empowerment hour every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Polo Grounds House and Community Room, and a weekly prayer walk every Thursday morning in several locations. At the prayer walk, members pray together in a football-style huddle about community issues. Man Up in Harlem's slogan is "Don't talk about it, be about it." If you'd like to join a prayer walk, meet at 6 a.m. at the 155th subway station for the Polo Grounds House Walk, or at the Dunkin' Donuts at 126 in Amsterdam for the Grand House Walk. For more information, please check out www.manupharlem.org.
The Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT of New York City, provides assistance in preparing and recovering from emergencies. CERT assists first responders and provides staffing for city shelters in response to disasters and extreme weather conditions. City College is one of the many locations for hurricane evacuation. CERT team members are local and live amongst the community, so they are always there for the people. CERT members will speak to any organization about emergency planning for the elderly, children, and the disabled. They offer workshops in creating go bags, emergency communication, and evacuation plans, and shelter-in-place kits. To learn how to prepare for emergencies, call South Harlem CERT at 917-406-6661.
If you or someone you know is receiving federal benefits from Social Security, Veterans Affairs, Railroad Retirement Board, Office of Personnel Management, or the Department of Labor, this message is for you. The Treasury Department is phasing out paper check payments and requiring federal benefit recipients to get their money electronically. You can choose to get your payments by direct deposit to a bank, credit union, or to a Direct Express debit MasterCard account. The deadline to switch is March 1st, 2013. If you do not choose a bank or credit union for your direct deposit, your funds will automatically go onto a Direct Express debit MasterCard. If you are already receiving your federal benefit payments by direct deposit, this change will not affect you. For more information, contact your local Social Security Administration office or call 1-800-333-1795. That's 1-800-333-1795.
Can you imagine waking up to a phone call telling you that your child was killed? How about seeing your little cousin lying in the street with a gunshot wound? Or reading in a daily paper that the star basketball player in your school was shot and killed? When young children and teenagers die without getting the chance to experience life, it not only affects parents, it affects us all. Violence in the city of New York has been on the rise for too long because our youth lack opportunities. Kids hanging on the street corners in Harlem need alternatives, like job trainings. So help become a solution. Join Street Corner Resources. Street Corner Resources is at the forefront in helping to eliminate gun and gang violence. They also provide education, employment training, and other resources to the community. For more information on how you can join or support Street Corner Resources, visit streetcornerresources.org. Don't allow children to fail. Allow them to choose.
You know what? I'm ready to blow. We have fun back here.
I'm not gonna say
by the way.
anymore.
Okay, so let's just do like a sports rundown.
So the Bills, we had the Bills 34. Bills played the Jaguars. The score was 34-18 with the Bills winning. We had
wait, I'm sorry. This Bills game,
was a little fishy to you.
No, I assumed the Bills would actually win, but I'm just surprised that the Jaguars are this awful.
Bad. They weren't that good even.
No, they weren't. But I mean, it just 2-10 record is just. I didn't
hoping for more.
At least a little bit more, maybe a
4-8,
right? Something. But
like
this is awful.
Or 5-7. Then we had the Colts, Indianapolis Colts, and the Lions, Detroit Lions, 35-33, with the Colts winning at 35.
And they barely, by the way, the Colts barely beat the Lions, because actually when I picked these games, I had the Colts winning the game. I didn't know it would be so close. The Colts actually outscored the Lions 14-3 in the fourth quarter. So that was really one of those comeback wins by Andrew Luck, who is playing,
who has so much luck,
as phenomenal as
his name, Luck,
as Andrew Luck, as RG3. Those are the two main quarterbacks that we were looking at coming into this season, and as far as rookies go.
Their hype, definitely.
Andrew Luck is doing the most, four touchdowns yesterday, 391 yards, just playing amazing football, and really, I think he's had like 4 or 5 fourth quarter comeback wins, trying to be like Eli Manning or something.
And
this season
Colts,
so far.
And the Colts are 8-4. They're in control of the AFC wildcard race, and the Lions are 4-8. Okay. Then we had Packers 23, Vikings 14.
I assumed the Packers would win that game. I didn't know it would be so low scoring, but I did assume that the Packers would win that game. So
Texans 24, Titans 10.
Yep, that one makes sense, because the Texans are actually now 11-1, and the Titans haven't had such a great season, but the Texans are rolling. The Texans are rolling like Atlanta's rolling.
And then a game that was really emotional, I'm sure. The Chiefs 27 to the Panthers 21, which they had to play after a 9 a.m. Sunday incident where Coach Romeo Cornell? Yes, Coach Romeo, I don't know, it's something, not only for him, seeing something in front of his eyes happen like that. If you want to talk about it, JJ, for a
let's talk about this. Because, I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like people are making a big deal out of this story, and I don't also want to seem insensitive. But living here in New York and on the East Coast and seeing all the news that we have, it's often that we see a lot of domestic violence incidents. I also watch a lot of Law and Order SVU, so I see some stuff. But if you guys haven't heard the story already, Javon Belcher.
He was a linebacker for the Chiefs, Kansas City Chiefs.
And actually killed... I remember when I was listening to the radio, people were like, fatally injured. No, he didn't fatally injure her. He killed the mother of his 3-month-old child, went to the practice facility for the Kansas City Chiefs, and then committed suicide in front of his head coach and who was that? It was Romeo Cornell and Scott Pioli.
And what they're also saying is, like, 20 minutes earlier, before he did that, like, he killed the mother of his child. She was 22. And
22, that's not even a thing.
But they had a 3-month-old daughter.
3-month-old daughter, yeah.
Which I didn't even hear in the news until, like, I read in the news.
Oh, no.
Well, when I heard the news, they didn't even talk about, like, really mention the daughter. And it's, like, really selfish.
They have a 3-month-old daughter.
And she has to suffer because of... Apparently, the situation started from the night before. Apparently, his girlfriend's named Cassandra. She went to, like, a Trey Songz concert. And it's like he was just, like, not happy, or his teaching. He was just not happy with her going. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. I wasn't the fly on the wall that night. So I don't know what really went down. But apparently the story started from the night before. She apparently went out to Trey Songz concert when he probably felt she should have been home, and they got into a little argument. I guess they went to bed angry. My mom always told me, if you're in a relationship, if you're married, you never go to bed angry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So, you know.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I like. Don't go to bed angry. But, you never know the dynamics of somebody's relationship. Even though you might see them out and hang with them, you never know how things are when the doors are closed.
Or even they say never get in the middle of when you see two people fighting in the street, domestic violence. And
I've gotten in the middle.
And then they both wanted to fight you?
Yeah. The chick was mad at me. I was like, wait a minute, I was trying to save you.
Yeah.
That's she don't want to be saved. Don't save her. But at least call 911 or something if you can do that. But it's just an unfortunate situation, and I don't want to make it seem like we make light of a lot of things on this show, but we do try and not make it so dark. But domestic violence is a very serious issue that a lot of people are going through, and so let's talk a little bit more about this case.
But also,
he killed his baby's mother,
and then
3-month-old child left, went to the practice facility.
They said as he was hearing the sirens approaching, like he had time, he was talking, like his coaches and stuff, they were trying to calm him down.
Yeah.
And then they say when he heard the sirens coming for him, I guess he
knew it was a wrap.
Dead than in jail. He was like,
yeah,
which is crazy. But it's not even like the situation like with the domestic violence. It's a lot of NFL players recently have been committing suicide.
But I feel like he's only
like with Junior Seau.
But Junior Seau was older.
Yeah.
Even Eric Dickerson was older. I feel like this guy is young, and that's why people say stuff to you like, don't get in the middle of certain things. You never know who people are, and you also never know what people are going through. And I heard something that Brady Quinn said, who's the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he said earlier, and it was like, when you ask somebody how they're doing, do you really listen for the answer, and do you really care?
No.
And when they ask you, do you answer truthfully? Like, if you're actually going through something, are you...
You're like, oh, I'm okay. Cause
I'm fine. No, I'm fine. Everything's great.
You don't want to put your problems on other people, So it's just like...
Some people don't. Some people do. Some people do. Some people don't. So I think sometimes it all depends on who you're dealing with. But at the same time, if you can, take just a second and... What are you doing?
Go ahead.
Take us... what she's doing.
WH.
Annie, why are you making this funny?
90.3 FM.
Take a second and listen. And it doesn't. That's not to say that if someone had listened to Javon Belcher, that someone would have known that something was wrong. But there also is such a thing as mental illness, and I've had to deal with something, sort of in like extended family, with that, and your mind is not always in the right place. And also, if you are in I don't think people go from 0 to 60. I don't think they go from...
It's something that builds up. A lot of people,
never hitting you to shooting you.
A lot of people don't know how to express their emotions or communicate properly. So it's like, sometimes you have all this built up frustration and emotion, and that one thing, you just stop. You can't take it no more. You just lash out. Just like with bullies. Like, bullies bully people so much, and then the person who's being bullied, they can't take it. And they just, like, you always hear they like, hanging themselves or, like, online bullying. And I'm like, how do you get bullied online? And how do you kill yourself? But, you never know what a person's going through.
Exactly.
You can't really say how can you or whatever.
Exactly. And sometimes people like that attract each other. If you've grown up in a situation, and we don't know enough about this story to decide exactly, how everything went down and exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But all we know is that, and I feel like people were sad for Belcher. I might be sad for his family, but I'm not sad for him because he murdered a person. So that's not where my focus lies. Like, I know they did a moment of silence before the game, and they were wondering whether or not the Chiefs should actually play this game against the Carolina Panthers. The Chiefs actually played the game. They've been an awful team so far this season. They're 2-10, and that's only because they beat the 3-9 Panthers.
Do you think that had something to do with it? Nah.
Maybe because, and a lot of the quotes that I've seen from a lot of the players was that they were surprised. It's not like a guy like it's not like a guy that you see that's on the field all the time that's overly aggressive and then does something like this, and then you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. In everyone else's mind, it seems like that this guy was just like a regular dude and maybe just snapped. Nobody knows yet. Nobody knows exactly. We still have no idea exactly what things were about. But when I was in the lobby, you guys know we're based here at City College campus. I was in the lobby. And they always have those flyers and whatnot. And there's apparently a campaign that's going on, 16 Days of Activism Against Gender Violence at CCNY 2012.
Wow.
And Wednesday, December the 5th, there's a talk going on that it's titled Domestic Violence, Gender, Tactics, and Experience. And it's actually facilitated by Connect Women's and Men's program from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Whcr Community and Student Center in the NAC building at 3-201. So if you guys are interested and want to come and take part and maybe share your experiences or maybe learn some things, and that's fine. But, you know, I'll share something with you guys.
Uh-oh.
I've never really been a victim of domestic abuse.
Okay. Good.
But
I'm happy you haven't.
But there was an occasion where I literally had to take matters into my, a couple occasions. Oh, damn, am I lying? Okay. Well, everyone's been through certain things, but I never really domestic violence. And I feel for the women and the men, because they make it seem sometimes like it's just women. The women and the men who are in these relationships and feel as though either things will change or this is the way that things are supposed to be. And I don't know if this Belcher dude has ever been violent towards her before, if he literally just snapped like people sometimes do and just did that, or if there's a family history. I mean, you just never know who anybody is. So shout out to everyone who's going through that situation right now. It's unfortunate. They were talking about whether or not they were going to play the game. How can you cancel an NFL game? There are only 16 games in the season. I didn't think that was an option. It's not like, even when what's his name? Sean.
Look at this picture.
Sean Kingston. What was that guy's name? Who got murdered in his house a couple years back? Sean. Oh, I feel bad now that I don't recall. There was a couple of players have been through some things. Anyway, so shout out to everyone who's going through that. I hope you guys make it through okay. And if you do have any troubles, please call 911 or try and see if you can reach out to your local centers and get out of these sort of situations, because it only escalates. I'm not saying that that's what they were going through, but if that's what you're going through right now, it only escalates and only gets worse. And we want you to be here. So shout out to
Taylor.
Sean Taylor. There we go.
Yeah.
But that was a totally different situation. That kind of game I would understand. But for this guy to be a murderer and then take what I feel, honestly, is the easy way out and kill himself.
The coward way out, as people would say,
But I'll even take that back, because we still don't know the circumstances. He may have been dealing with mental health issues. This may have been something that he's talked about before or thought about before. Maybe not just one thing that just popped up out of nowhere.
And people are like saying, "Oh my gosh, he had all this money, he had this life, he had this stardom," and it's like, people don't realize all that stuff. Money does not make you happy. Money will never make you happy.
You can't take it with you when you go.
You can't.
And if you're not happy, it won't make you happy. Exactly. Anyway, so let's condolences go out to the families of the victims and the murderers.
And I feel bad for their 3-month-old daughter. Her name is Zoe. She'll never ever know her parents.
Okay, see, and the thing about the 3-month-old is that I think at least she's young enough to be assimilated into a new family.
Yeah.
But when she gets old enough to find out why her parents aren't her parents, and finds out that her dad killed her mom and then killed himself.
And that's even selfish. He didn't think about his daughter.
Maybe he did. Who knows what his thoughts were? I hope he wrote a letter or an email. Was he blogging?
Did he?
Oh, this is not funny.
I was like, did he feel that Cassandra was unfit to be a mother because she went to Trey Songz concert when she should be home watching the baby?
Yo, shout out to Trey Songz.
No, shout out to Trey Songz. Okay, no shout outs to Trey Songz, because Trey Songz is what got us in this mess in the first place.
No, don't blame this on Trey Songz.
Anyway, moving right along, there were 2 overtime games. We had the Rams 16, 49ers 13.
I thought the 49ers would win this game, but Colin Kaepernick gave it up. with these terrible penalties and safeties and interceptions and I don't know, he was doing the most. Everyone thought it was a good idea for the 49ers to replace Alex Smith with Colin Kaepernick. The first couple of games were good. This game looks kind of suspect, but we'll go with it, and I think we're sticking with him.
Then we had the Patriots.
Oh,
23,
okay.
Dolphins 16.
Still too close for comfort, considering the Patriots are 9-3 and the Dolphins are 5-7 now.
Seahawks overtime again, 23. Bears 17.
I was surprised by that Bears game. I thought wait, okay, if I could I thought the Bears would win that game, but apparently I was wrong.
And the Seahawks, they have been unbeaten in 5 home games. Hey.
And shout out to Russell Wilson
and Sidney Rice.
Yeah, everyone thought Russell Wilson was too small to play QB, but he's actually played really well. The Seahawks don't have the best record; they're at 7-5, but they've actually been playing pretty well, and he's put up some pretty good numbers. So shout out to the rookie.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Then we had Broncos 31 and Buccaneers 23.
I'm not surprised by the Broncos because it's a Peyton Manning behind the wheel. And they actually clinched the AFC West as well, the Broncos did, by beating the Bucs. So shout out to Peyton Manning coming back from like 16 different neck surgeries and making it work.
Thing.
Right.
We had Browns 20, Raiders 17. Raiders are always suspect to me.
They're two bad teams this season. The Browns are 4-8, the Raiders are 3-9. I think the Browns have had some more close calls though.
But shout out to Brandon Whedon for throwing a career high of 364 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
And even though they're 4-8, but hey, make it work. We had Bengals 20, Chargers 13.
Yeah, I think the Chargers are donezo. I don't know how they still have Phillip Rivers at QB, even though he's so freaking awful. He has 18 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Phillip Rivers has been, I don't want to call him garbage because that's not fair, and I don't play football, so it's not right either. But he hasn't been as good as we would expect over the past couple of seasons.
Don't talk about Dalton like that, Chi-Chi.
No, Dalton. Dalton I'll take because he's new. But Phillip Rivers, you would expect a lot more from him. Throwing that many interceptions, I think, is unacceptable.
Then we had not yet. Steelers 23, Ravens 20.
I thought the Ravens would win this game, especially since
last week's game.
Charlie Batch played so awful last weekend, replacing not only Byron Leftwich but also Ben Roethlisberger.
You're right. He went 25 for 36 for 276 yards.
Yeah, and the Steelers actually beat the Ravens, and this is the second time they've met in like the past month or so. And with the Steelers playing with their third string quarterback, and with the Ravens playing with Flacco at QB, I would have thought that the Ravens would have played better, but the Steelers were actually able to shut out the Ravens, outscore them 10-0 in the fourth quarter. So shout out to the Steelers. I actually like the Ravens team as well, but I'm happy for Charlie Batch, been in the league for so long, been a starter, been a backup, been a third string, came in, stunk it up last week, but then actually played good yesterday. So congratulations to him.
Then we had an NFC East division game. Chi-Chi's beloved Cowboys. Shout out to Coach Sean.
I will shove you onto the ground.
Chi-Chi's beloved. Do you guys hear this abuse? Chi-Chi's beloved Cowboys 38, Eagles 33.
I wanted the Eagles to win this game only because I don't like the Cowboys, and the Eagles are already 3-9. I think they've lost like 8 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. They just look so awful, and they don't have Vic anymore. They have Foles instead, Nick Foles. It's just it's kind of hard to watch.
And tonight we have our beloved Giants versus the Redskins, and then on Thursdays which was Thursday that passed. Sorry, the Falcons 23 played the Saints 13.
And if you look at this Eagles team as well, they actually said they're going to be starting Nick Foles the rest of the season, even when Michael Vick is healthy from the concussion. So that's a big deal. That means they don't have any faith in Michael Vick anymore, and that they're trying to make a...
Who does?
Trying to take it in a new direction. Anyway, up next we have Inside Housing with Melly Hester-Baylor. We have to go because we're late. We love you guys. Thank you. Bye. WHCR 90.3 FM, the official voice of Harlem.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Each
Each year, 650,000 individuals are released from jails and prisons across America. There's a 67% chance that they'll be incarcerated again within 3 years. While this is a big problem, there's an even bigger solution: education. Education is the most effective response to crime, and College Initiative works to make college a realistic goal for formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. College Initiative works to help formerly incarcerated individuals to become stabilizing forces in their communities and advocates towards working for a safer New York. For more information, visit www.collegeinitiative.org.
With today's unpredictable economy, it's become quite strenuous for millions of jobless Americans to keep their heads above water. Yet as strenuous as it is for the average American, what about the formerly incarcerated American? Well, this is just how strenuous it can be. Recent national surveys indicate that the unemployment rate among the formerly incarcerated 1 year after release may be as high as 60%. However, fortunately, there's Fortune Society. For nearly half a century, the Fortune Society has proudly assisted formerly incarcerated men and women in the New York City area. The Fortune Society's initiatives include housing, education, employment, and substance abuse treatment, which have reinvigorated the lives of many. If you or a loved one have recently been released from prison and are actively seeking to fully reintegrate into society, visit fortunesociety.com for more information.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to WHCR Radio 90.3 FM on your dial. The voice of Harlem Radio. Welcome to Inside Housing. I'm your host and producer, Nella Hester Bailey, along with our board operator, Hydra Worley. To all of our listeners, we are happy you can join us for Inside Housing, a weekly program on housing, real estate, community development, and public policy as it relates to land, because that's what it is all about. True power in this country derives from land. And we bring you these analyses from a local, statewide, national, and international perspective. Before we bring on our guest, here are some news headlines. A Central Harlem couple label professional agitators. Now, we haven't heard that phrase, that terminology since the Deep South in the Civil Rights Movement. They had their pictures posted, on wanted flyers distributed by the New York City Police Department. And recently, and they had charges brought against them, and all of those charges have been dropped, and or the couple was acquitted. Matthew Sway, 35, and his partner, Christina Gonzalez, 26, were both facing charges ranging from felony assault to disorderly conduct for a confrontation with the New York City Police Department after they filmed NYPD Not So Finest in stop and frisk harassments that was being waged against mostly young Black and Latino men, youth. In a vicious retaliation, NYPD, headed by right-wing police commissioner Raymond Kelly, distributed wanted posters that displayed photos of the couple along with their home address. NYPD posted the wanted flyers throughout Harlem, and we'll have more on this story later with our guest, Carl Dix. Now, isn't that something? And remember, you can call in. We used to have our number posted here. I'm trying to think what it is here now. Oh, you can call in today and join us by calling in here to the studios of WHCR. The sign is posted in a different location here in the studio at 212-650-6903. Okay, folks, you can join us later on. But let's see what else do we have in the news here. And later on, we're going to discuss with a number of our guests about what's happening. And let's take a look at something that, in fact, was in the paper, and it was very recently, and it was on evictions and housing court. And the gist of this story, and this was in the New York Times, tipping the scale in housing court. And we know that those scales in housing court are, in fact, enormously imbalanced, because whereas 95% all